Y'all come right on up here.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Are you gonna stand up?
You guys are doing right.
You are? Oh, come on. You're our speaker? Okay. So hold on just a minute. Let's let your friends get in here and around, okay? We'll move around right here so all of y'all can come right up front. Well, he's the main speaker, so we're gonna keep him right here. Let you guys come on in, slide around him. Come on. Here they come. You're good, man. Great. Can I see any of you? We're building a little, there you go, race car. Race cars, the teachers, I mean, I just A few more coming in. We got all your colleagues here. Are you all from Delrita? No. So, what if before this gentleman speaks, you'll tell us your name and where you go to school. So you tell us yours, sir. Look this way.
Tanner.
Tanner, and where you go to school?
Delrita Elementary.
Delrita Elementary School. Sir?
Dalton.
Dalton, where do you go to school?
Delrita Elementary.
Delrita Elementary. I was there not long ago, weren't we? Had a great time there.
Fearon.
Theory?
Yep.
Where do you go to school, sir?
Pike Road Intermediate.
Pike Road Intermediate School. What about you, sir?
Jason Vasquez.
JP?
J. Ben.
J. Ben. Okay, and where do you go to school?
Delrita Elementary.
Delrita Elementary School. Sir?
Haynes.
Haynes, where you go to school?
Pike Road Intermediate School.
Pike Road Intermediate. I should know your name. You've got it embroidered there. It's very nice. Ma'am?
Liliana.
Liliana. What a pretty name. Where do you go to school, ma'am?
Delrita Elementary.
Delrita Elementary School. And this gentleman is our speaker. What is your name, sir?
Braden.
Braden?
Pike Road Intermediate
Pike Road Intermediate School. Braden, I, with Vice President Richardson's permission, will turn the program over to you.
To Governor Ivey, the Alabama State Board of Education, and Dr. Mackey and guests. My name is Brady Yoder, and I'm a 5th grade learner at Pike Road Intermediate School. I am honored to stand before you today and share my experience with gifted education. The gifted program is important because it helps us learners identify our gifts and talents. Gifted allows us to challenge ourselves and provides us with the freedom to stretch our brains. When my mom told me gifted services would not be available to me after the 5th grade, I asked, why not? Going to Gifted has been a part of my routine since 3rd grade, and I am not ready to move on from it. Gifted is a safe place where I'm allowed to be myself. Gifted education enhances my education because I receive one-on-one attention from my teacher or work in smaller groups than in the general classroom. Gifted education also gives me the chance to learn at an advanced level and pace. For example, my older brother Carter is in the 7th grade, and he's just now learning about the brain, which I learned about the brain in 3rd grade. We're able to talk about the sheep's brain at the end of the year expo. I also like fun facts. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know the human brain, when you're awake, generates 12 to 25 watts of electricity, which is enough to power a small light bulb? I would like to thank the superintendent of Pike Road Schools, Dr. Ledbetter, my principal and vice principal, Dr. Sullivan and Mr. Best, my gifted teacher and gifted coordinator, Ms. Kenny and Dr. King, my aunt, Ms. Gibson, and my parents, Mrs. and Mr. Gill.
Good.
All right, excellent presentation. Thank you all so much.
And I
Great
think,
job.
Theron, did you want to speak as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Theron, and I'm in the 5th grade, and I go to Gifted at Pike Road Intermediate School. Now, a reason I like Gifted is because it challenges my brain and makes me feel like I'm always doing something. And a couple reasons why I would like Gifted to extend farther than 5th grade, from 6th grade to 12th grade, is because you get challenged the 3 years and you use your full potential. But then after those 3 years, you're not using your potential and you're just wasting it. So if it went past 5th grade, then you would use your full potential all through school and learn a lot more than you would otherwise. And for 3rd grade, my group, like Braden said, did all about the brain. And we got to choose what part of the brain we would like to learn about, and I chose the cerebellum. Then, like during the year, we dissected a sheep brain, and that was really neat because the sheep brain is the closest to a human brain without actually doing a human brain. So we got to learn all about the different parts of the brain and how they work. And then at the end of the year, we did a brain awareness fair, and I made this game right here. And so I read you a card, and then you would have to choose what part of the brain that functioned in that way. And I learned a lot about the brain the whole year, and I learned in a different way because I got to teach other people, and it was really exciting. Thank you.
What you want to say?
Yes.
Okay.
So, something else y'all may be wondering is, what is the difference between a gifted learner and a non-gifted learner? Really, there is not a difference. We're all gifted in some way, and we all find it out at different times. So that's why another reason is, I think gifted should be available through 6th and 12th grade.
Very good.
Yes, on behalf of the Alabama Association for Gifted Children, I'm president of it, Dr. Shirley Farrell, former employee here since Dr. Mackey usually brings that up. We want to thank you for supporting Gifted Education Month. The governor has been signing proclamations and resolutions for us for 10 years now, and we're so excited that with the leadership of Emily and Ashley, that our state school board is on board as well with Dr. Mackey. And we've got a bag with a notebook, a pen, and a Gifted Education Month t-shirt. I didn't dress down just because we were up here. This is to show you what you're getting, but you get the pretty purple t-shirt. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So let's see, who's
Now,
going to you?
there are names on those, so if you hit the wrong one, just trade later.
So this goes to Miss Jackie Ziegler, standing right there in the black. Miss Tracy West, she is right here.
Thank you. Great job.
Right there.
Enjoy it. Thank you.
Linda McCrae, Miss McCrae's right there. Dr. Tanya Chestnut, right down here.
Thank you.
Oh, and this, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do.
Got it, we'll give it to them. We're gonna put these up right over here.
We hold up our shirt, we take our pictures from over there and just hold them up like that. We would love that. So, okay, we can do that, see? All right, wait a minute, ladies. Put on your shirt, I mean, not on, but on.
That's fine. That's not right.
Yeah.
You're not smiling. They're not on there yet.
She good.
That's it.
Good.
Thank you.
I didn't want to have that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to that gentleman and lady. We appreciate
Thank you all
that.
so
You don't. Not everybody's having to go back to school.
That's
so.
right.
Parents, I don't know how many parents and teachers and all we have, but thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna release them to you guys. And we have our young man, our JAG student still here too. We just didn't want to try to pull everybody in at one time.
Thank you. Bye, thank you.
He's coming, he's next door, he's coming over.
Bye, thank you.
While our JAG students coming, let me just make note for y'all. You'll see a lot fewer of our staff in here today, and part of the reasons for that is because I've asked them to only come down like when they are presenting or if they have a question or something, because of COVID. Obviously, we're just trying to be able to space people out and not have everybody in the same room at the same time. Y'all saw my email earlier this week. I think we had 24 positive. It's now up to 32. Including one more as I was walking downstairs to the meeting. So, and I think 60, almost 70 are out because of contact tracing. So we have about a third of our staff either positive or on contact tracing, have been since the first year. Now some of them have come back. I think more than half of them have had their quarantine and they're back. But nevertheless, it's causing some disruption. So y'all come on in, Mr. Collins, y'all come around the front. And one chair, if somebody wants it, but I'm going to go here out of the way. Otherwise, we just push it to the side.
Yes, it is.
Okay, Dr. Richard.
All right, we're ready, thank you.
So one of the things I'm remiss that I didn't mention earlier, and I'm so delighted that Dr. Mackey has been invited to serve on the Jobs for America's Graduates National Board of Directors. He will be the only sitting state superintendent in the country to serve on that board. So congratulations, Dr. I will tell you, it's an extremely unique and a proud moment for Alabama to be the only state in the nation to have a sitting superintendent to serve on that board. It's really, really a powerful board with 14 governors from across the country on that board, and I believe about 15 CEOs representing Fortune 500 companies. So you're in some distinguished company, Dr. Mackey, and we're so proud that you're going to be there representing Alabama.
I appreciate that, and I have to say I appreciate Governor Ivey nominated me, and I think we got nominated. I mean, she nominated me, but I think she got a call about when she made the nomination because of the great work that you and Mandy do. So you do the great work to make our program successful, and I'm just glad to be a part of that. I thank you for it.
And I appreciate that compliment, but actually it's these folks out here in our districts in Morgan County. It's Jill Faulkner and Brooke Hudson, Dr. Jeremy Childers. Those are the folks that make these things possible and changes the lives of folks like Caleb Hopkins and countless of others. I heard this morning when Brooke said 109 students lives have been impacted through the JAG program at Morgan County Career Technology Park. And that program has been in existence for 4 years now.
Yes, sir.
So just in 4 years, we've changed the trajectory of the lives of those students who actually were not supposed to graduate from high school, but because of the services that we wrap around them, our JAG program, this JAG model, as Caleb said, it turns sob stories into success stories. So we're really, really proud of what our JAG specialists and our administrators and our districts do for the students out there. So I'm going to stop talking, and please have your say or any questions you have for Caleb, Brooke, or Jill. Have at it.
I was saying, this is what the public needs to hear. Right. You know, so many times all you hear on the news are the terrible issues and all. These are the things that we need to be pushing out. Maybe the media might not do it in the way we need it to be done, and I think that's valuable because you put a face to the JAG program, and of course many of us have heard about it and we know what it is and we embrace it, but the more like us that know about it, then of course it's a win-win for all. So I just applaud you. Just know you're in our thoughts and prayers. You can do it, and without you two ladies and gentlemen, we so greatly appreciate that your tremendous impact on our kids.
I did attend before the pandemic. I was so thrilled to be invited to Russell County for their graduation ceremony. And it was probably one of the most meaningful events, and we get to attend a lot of different events and talk to a lot of students that are graduating from high school. But that event impacted me as a board member probably more than any other graduation I've ever attended, because I got to hear what students had gone through to get themselves through high school. And I realized maybe for the first time that very personal story. And so I know that took courage this morning to share that. And I just really thank you for your honesty, and also for the hard work you're putting in now as you're, an adult on your own out into the world. And so, like Ms. Ziegler said, you'll forever be in my prayers, for sure.
Caleb, anything else you wanted to add other than your comments this morning? From your
No, sir, I don't really have.
Well, you
much
did a
else.
great job.
Just a thank you to Miss Hudson, because I can say this: if I didn't get one thing out of Jack, I got Miss Hudson.
I'd like to. Could we impose on y'all to do a picture? Y'all skipped. You didn't skip out on us, but you skipped on up the hallway, and we stayed and did some pictures with the gifted students. But I think if the board wouldn't mind coming around. Ms. McCrae, you're actually Caleb's board member, so if you'd stand beside him, and then we'll all fill in around. And Mr. Moore, will you please join us for the picture? You're a big Jag supporter, a big part of this, so let's all get together and at least get a couple of good pictures.
Well,
Caleb.
it'll take too long, I think.
I'm just gonna put my hands out here. No. Can you take that in your pocket?
Okay, well, I just turn sideways. We'll get in here. If we want.
That's a lot.
Turn sideways.
Wow, y'all really spread out.
How's that?
All right, here we go. Looks great. Far away. All right, keep smiling. Looks perfect. Let me change one thing. Take 2 seconds. 1. 3 seconds. Oh, shoot.
Take your time. 3 seconds.
Okay, I didn't know we were going to spread out. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, and we are done.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for all of you guys.
Yes.
Caleb, are you getting lunch before you go back?
We'll make sure he's fed, Dr.
Yeah.
All the way down.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
It's great to meet you. Thank you, sir.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it is. I'm very proud today. Thank you so much.
Y'all have a nice day.
You too, Caleb. You made my day.
Well, let's go home. That was perfect.
All right, our work session is now officially called to order. Last week, we were scheduled to have a meeting relative to legislative bills that board members wanted to discuss. However, we had to postpone it until today, so we're looking at the items that were on the agenda. The first item relates to the textbook and relative to the textbook law revisions. I know on last year, some of you around the table made revisions, and we're looking at the bill today in an effort to determine if there are other revisions or comments you'd like to make in reference to the bill. We want to thank Jessica Sanders for sending out the work session binder to us, which basically highlighted where we were last year and the possible changes. I think that Senator Melton is willing to listen to any changes or substitute amendments that board members have. So at this time, if we would just look at the textbook law revisions, and if there are comments or changes that you'd like to see in reference to the textbook law, at this time, we're open for discussion. Thank you.
Dr. Mackey, are you coming into the paper?
Yes.
That'd be good. So just so you know, I will, I have talked to Senator Melson as recently as the day before yesterday. He's very excited about carrying the bill. He feels, feels really good about the prospects, better than he did last year. But we didn't think we thought it would get through last year, but he feels really good about it. I know one of the changes that I have heard from board members, because of another item we'll deal with later, the current situation we're dealing with ELA textbooks is removing the date that says they have to be published within the last 3 years. And that was not in the revisions last year, so in some ways that's a good thing now that we know could be an issue, so we've added that. He has told us, now some of you, just remind you, he filed the old bill from last year that did not have any of the changes and revisions and things in it, but that was a holding place. He wants it to file the bill to pass the way we want it to pass. So the sooner we can get it like we want it, and he can enter a substitute bill, and of course he chairs the committee, so he'll get it out of his committee quickly, and we can get it moving through the Senate very fast.
Okay.
That was one of mine, was the 3-year, because of being on it and knowing that one of them could have been eliminated. We want as many textbooks that qualify, and then let them go through the process. If they get red flagged and they get eliminated, but I want them all have the possibility, because the better the list, the greater the list, the better opportunity. There's something else that, if I may share. We know that the textbook committee works very, very hard. It's a very intensive, labor intensive, and I had quite forgotten. I'd done it many, many years ago, but then working with the literacy task force, it brought it all back to, it's a huge responsibility. Is there any way that we could give them some type of stipend? Because it is expensive, it is time consuming. Obviously gas is going up, time to pay for a babysitter or daycare or whatever. Is this the place in which to put it?
Jessica, couldn't we
We could.
talk about?
So currently in this and course of study, it says per diem, same rate as what state employees get.
Right.
So we could add something. I think the only, and if you'll look in that other instructional materials, we said there that, there was something about nothing herein will limit payment for reviews under contracts or other consulting methods. You could do something similar to say, hey, you guys are gonna get per diem, but nothing herein will eliminate, like a contract that the department can pay you for services. The only thing will be on days in which teachers or folks might be doing work that is a work day for them. We will not be able to pay them during one of their work days.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, I think ethics would probably prohibit that, but otherwise, I think it's a good idea for us to add a sentence right there that would authorize that.
Okay.
Because it's harder and harder to get people to do committees because they are so late, and you think, ooh, this sounds like fun, and then you go, what did I sign up
It's
for?
very labor
It
intensive.
is very much so.
You mean like
So,
the State Board of Education?
yeah, like that.
Yeah, we pay
We're
to
gonna pay
serve.
more than our $10.
Which is
But
fine,
anyhow,
we choose
yes,
that.
is if that's the
But you're
place
right.
in which to put it, it's just one more, go for it.
Well, and that was the only concern I had was the ethics issue, because we've discussed this in the distant past where people would commit time, especially lay members of the committee, and they had another job beyond the classroom where they're on loan essentially, and they're still paid as teachers, they have a pay. They don't. Most systems, at least in the past, have allowed their teachers to serve because it's a big honor and it helps them, but and other reasons. But that's where I would only worry about that, and I think the wording would be crucial there for that reason.
And I think at the same time, we could seek a small line item appropriation for that very thing. Even if we didn't get an appropriation, they usually end up putting things like, subject to appropriation, because we want to make sure we have funding to do that. But we could seek something to be added in to allow us to do that.
So you'll check into the
I will.
ethics.
And I think that it would be added, in my mind, it would be added on page 3 at the very top, right there. So I have listed that as a note to add authorization to be able to pay for reviews.
So you're adding it where it says they may get paid for review of materials on page 3.
Yes, at
Yes,
the
okay.
very top where it says no member will be paid for more than 35 days
Mhm.
in any school year, we could add something there
Okay.
to broaden that authorization.
Okay.
Maybe not any more than the days, because 35 days is a long time, but let's say that, those 35 days occurred outside their teacher contract.
Mhm.
We'd like to be able to pay it.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes.
Under the additional materials section, I just want you to reiterate that those materials would go through the vetting process, that assurances that materials would not flow through that had not been properly examined. Did they meet our course of study, our standards, and then also content, because we're referencing content in section H.
Yes.
And so I just, want that to be reiterated on those additional instructional
I
materials.
think subsection D, which says the state board can approve guidelines for how these reviews will go, that's where we could hash out, we still want alignment with current standards, no matter what it is. We want all of these things are our minimum. So that's where you would have authorization to just lay all that out. And one thing that I have learned in this process is high quality instructional materials is a buzzword. But I want you to think about that as this circle, because this is kind of the conversation that I'm having with legislators about what a textbook is, what an assessment is, all of these things. So high quality instructional materials can be this big ball, and then inside that, you have core programs. You have your core textbooks that teachers are going to use throughout the year. You may also have those early assessments that we've been vetting. That's part of it. You will have supplemental materials. You'll have intervention programs. All of those things are considered a high quality instructional material. And so, because we know the board's priority is for high quality instructional materials, we just want to set up a process for us to be vetting a whole lot more than just what we think of as our standard core program.
So I assume that's in the definition part of it.
It was, let's see.
Are you planning to define it? And after that, do you have something I keep hearing over and over? I'm sure I'm not the only one.
I failed to highlight it. It's a missed highlight, but on page 3, there's a definition for instructional materials.
Because it's changed over the years, and that's why it's difficult to define explicitly just for a certain period of time. Over nearly 30 years, it's changed from textbooks to boxes, and then it includes all sorts of, technical, digital, whatever you want to name, and then booklets, and as you mentioned, little assessments that are part of this big box. But yes, I would have to say textbooks have certainly changed in terms of the definition, and it's not just textbooks. So the other part, this is what I know I'm not the only one hearing, because it seems to be a national issue as well, is the fact that more parents are wanting to get involved in the process. And of course, I'm always reminding them that so many of the people who serve on the committee, there's not part of it that says and parent as far as this particular slot. But that is important, I think, especially in this day and age. And I know it happens perhaps more often at the local level, although I'm finding that it depends obviously on the system. But I'm also finding that where they involve parents more, you have a more successful system operation, and it helps. But how we can include that, I think it will take on a life of its own within the legislative body, because there is a lot of interest. But I think that's something that we need to be aware of, and certainly if we can, as a board, participate and be the first one to offer that, because I think that's important as well. But parents, I'm hearing it, and it's not just a state or local issue, it's national. And I think we need more we need to bring people together. We need to make people, not only feel like they're part of it, but to be a part of the school system.
Is there any way we could possibly consider having online accessibility? I know that there
Good point.
stipulations regarding the rating, the grading, but it would afford opportunity for greater transparency that would also meet the need that Ms. Bell just mentioned concerning parent involvement, but then other educators, other people in the community, if we could be intentional in providing that option.
I received a call not long after our last meeting from 2 curriculum coordinators asking me what individuals, either from the literacy task force or from the textbook committee, actually had gone through the workbooks, the readers, the teacher's edition, all the materials. And of course, I didn't know the answer to that. And I said, I don't know, but I'll meet you at a central office where your samples are coming in. I went down one day, I got a box cutter. We opened boxes. It took about 2 hours. We opened boxes. We pulled out materials and we looked at all this stuff. And there's a massive amount of information. So that's part of it there. I think it's difficult for these committees to have the time to go through all of the supplementary material. But I am getting pressure from parents saying, I want to know what will be in my child's hands. Don't just tell me you approved it from a state committee or even my local committee. I want to see it. And I think that is happening all over. And I went down.
That's a good thing.
I looked at the kits, and some of the kits that had come in from just 2 companies. I won't name the companies, but only 2 companies had come in. The materials had come in. And I could not find all of the information. The box would say it was a kit for 1st grade. Okay, I'd look through the kit, and there would be parts missing. The workbook would say workbook 1 of 2. Well, where's 2? And we couldn't find it. So we sat there in the floor with books and cardboard boxes and stuffing everywhere for hours, and I never did get a clear answer. We did make a list of materials that were missing, and she did say, I will contact these textbook companies and I will try to find out what's missing. But I think we need to be transparent.
Sure. Yes.
In what is going in the hands of our kids. We all need to know. And I understand that the literacy task force and the textbook committee, they couldn't do every bit of that, every little thing.
Well, and one thing needs to be understood, the literacy task force, we're just doing the law, the literacy law. The textbook committee is on a whole different.
Yes.
I mean, not a whole different, but they have their own little guidelines. But from what you're saying, that's like the next step. We implore people, please go. We're putting them out at the libraries or at the university institutions, and we beg people, please go in.
They won't go in.
But
very few.
But they can't find them when they go.
When they go, and that's part of
the books are not necessarily there. And it's
and
not anyone's particular, it's not anyone's fault.
It needs to be a
But we
better
just
process.
need to do a better job of getting it out. Digital, we could do it through our website, make our website, that front page, more user-friendly. We also need to make sure we go back to Alabama State Department of Education when people do a search because they can't even find our website. So, what is Alabama Chiefs? They think it's an organization that's outside the department, and I don't blame them. So we need to change that because I get a lot of calls, which I love. I love talking to my constituents. I love receiving those calls, but they shouldn't have to take their time to make that one call about trying to find our website. So anyway, it finally shows up in my search model, but that's just an aside. But that's one thing, that if we do that, we need to make sure that they can find it.
And to let them know it's there.
It's there.
Besides just assuming that those in the need, we need to be better. Everything I've ever heard, it falls down to communication, communication, communication.
And access, and
Right, but
Actually,
communication to let them know how it's there and then make sure our access is available.
so how is the wording in the legislation regarding all of that?
Yes.
Making it available to the public, participation.
So it's not, let me get
I didn't
here
see
it is, the entire part. It's not in this draft because this only deals with certain sections, but it is in the other parts. Let me grab this.
And Dr. Mackey, why is it so difficult that people go to the universities? Is it because they're delivered and maybe comes into a different department instead of where they need to be, all these, textbooks? Do you know why it always seems to be a headache?
Because nobody cares.
Well, I mean, they're depositories, I mean, that's where the books go. Obviously, we count on the librarians who receive the books to take care of them. I will tell you, I know 3 years ago, we had a couple of complaints. I can't remember what textbooks we were adopting at the time. We don't get a lot of complaints on that. It may be that people don't go, but they don't,
But I think this is the year
if
that's changing.
Yeah, if
I
more
think
people
this last year.
showed up to the library, they might, and asked about them, they might make
think
it
I
more of
was-
a priority. I don't know what to
I
tell
think
you.
I
now.
was the one that complained
Yeah.
because it wasn't coming to Auburn, which
Right.
was central in the district, and made travel for the teachers and curriculum directors in District 2 to have a little closer location to them. Our district was in Dothan, and so if you might have a 3 or 4 hour drive. Of course, they could go to Jacksonville, which was fine, but having it, I believe that we had the last caravan at a hotel, which had great parking, easy access. On a university campus, you can't always get to buildings easily, and so I think it made it a lot better for that location. But I think I'm concerned most that we correct and give the board and the State Department the ability to have a better process by passing this correction to the law. Also updating the law, because to penalize someone with hard labor and a felony and a fine for sharing information seems very outdated to me as a board member. First time I read it, I thought, oh my gosh, when was this written? When did we put hard labor in the law?
Those were recent changes, actually.
So this has to be fairly old.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And
Again,
the hard labor word is in all, that's in
Yes.
all criminal offenses.
Well,
so I know it sounds
anyone's
scary when you read
listening,
it, but
It's in there.
that provision is not very old, because I started as a reporter covering textbooks back in 1977. That's how old I am. And when we did that, it was an appointed board. It was actually toward the end of the appointed board, because it was phasing out, and we had some of the new ones. But we met in a smaller room, a smaller building, everything. But you had more interest at that time among people who would show up and pack this little bitty room because they had an interest in textbooks. And somehow, with all of the technology that we have today, we can't get the word out like they used to. And some of those were a lot of front page stories, because it was really, really good information that was discussed. But that was this is the recent revision of this law
Too bad.
that included that. And we all know who probably had a hand in trying to get that in there, because there's a lot of money in textbooks, which is a statement everybody knows. And then the other is that if you have a textbook, you don't necessarily want it to be stained with something negative. But if you're going to be honest, if that textbook is going to be in a child's hands, it needs to be vetted quite well. And what happened, I think, over not only do we have to deal with a lot of other things, but with the pandemic, the good thing that came out is that parents learned a whole lot more about what their children are learning in the classroom. To me, that's a wonderful thing. And that's where as we look at this, we have a lot of support, as you know, in the public, and just putting it after the fact with the caravans is not as helpful as it is to get it out there beforehand while they're being vetted by the committee, so that we can, and we should have that open process where we have more input. I liked those meetings, of course they made great stories, but the other part is that I liked the idea that people were involved in the process and they shared. The board often decided that they were right, in fact more times than not, but it was good.
The way it is now, who actually goes through all that material and looks
Textbook
at all?
Textbook.
They're supposed to.
And they look at the workbooks, the
Yes.
little
Yes.
readers. Oh my
And
goodness.
then your local textbook
And then
committee
the local.
Then the local.
Yeah, then it goes to them,
will
so.
vet it even deeper, or should be.
They should.
The one, back to the 3-year publication constraint, I just wanted to say, I completely support that language being removed.
Yes.
And one of the reasons why I was speaking to a teacher recently about it, I called several folks that teach, and I just said, can you tell me, why you would support this? And but they told me very often they are using a textbook that might be, let's say, 10 years old because it's teaching history, but that particular, they use it in their classroom, but that particular company will be updating with online information, the ability to use supplemental instructional materials, if you will, that may be newer, a newer way of using the older textbook. And by having this language, they're, technically using something outdated. And I wouldn't want to constrain someone from being able to use good material simply because it was printed 5 years ago versus 2 years ago.
Especially with reading.
Exactly.
You have some really strong reading programs that don't
Sure.
qualify.
Dick and Jane.
That was my era. First grade.
But we also have to understand that,
Recites.
right, textbooks are
Well,
You don't
computer
follow-
science
yeah.
changes.
like every minute on it.
Right.
And it's a tool. It's not supposed to be done from page 1 to page 100. As we all know, as educators, we pull from this point, in this book and this book. And so, and as you go along, you build this up. So I always incorporated in my reading, my math and my science and my history and made it all of an encompassing kind of unit. So, we understand that, and nothing is going to be perfect. I'm just going to tell you right now, every core program is going to have a little kink in it, whatever way you might look at it. Well then, we have to figure out what we're going to do, but we just have to understand that they are tools to assist us in getting the strategies and the standards out.
I have a question, Jessica. I know we're talking about books because it's a state textbook law, but I know there are some districts that are getting away from the hard copies of the books. So is there the clause in here dealing with electronic and digital? They have covered that very well. Okay, so the committee vets those also?
Free, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
and has to rate those also?
Yes. I think that without a total upheaval of, our law, when we say textbook, the modern term may be more like core program.
Right.
Okay, so when you say the word textbook, you think of something that's antiquated, but not necessarily. It's just the core program that is what is guiding, chapters, these chapters this week, these chapters this week. It's that.
Thank you.
So what Dr. Chestnut brought up about putting it out online, are we saying it's doable? Are we going to do it, or?
Is the question about online, is it about making the vetting available online or letting the committee vet the online material? I think I was a little confused.
Yeah,
Or maybe
if I could-
results.
I know you're asking Dr. Chester, but I just want to point out one thing. I'm trying to be quiet in this, but there is an issue with us taking copyrighted material and just putting it on the website.
Yes, that's what
That's been the problem with just putting it out there for the world to read when it's
Can you just
copyrighted material.
Can you put the titles? Because what I do is I will look up a book and it'll take me so often to a website or it's not more often than not, it's actually not a textbook, it's actually one of those box packages, and you can read all about it. And then they will have excerpts from their own materials on that website. But what we're talking about perhaps are two different things, the before and after. But before, we put them, and yes, I understand that part of it, but we could put at least the titles where people could go and look up the materials.
I think that's what you were saying before, but I
Or
wasn't
the
asking.
companies can develop something in their marketing process that could be used to
We have an
place
and.
online.
Maybe I
To
can
get-
Come on up. We have
No, I don't
an
want to
and.
You know, I understand the
Yeah.
copyright law,
Yeah.
you don't wanna send anybody to
I don't
jail.
want to come in and say, I think I can really help here. First of all, you have our commitment that if there's issues with access to them, we will certainly engage more institutions and libraries to make more sites. I think that's an easy one. But as part of the bid packet requirement, a non-negotiable, is that any online access that exists must be made available for our public beginning at the time of the bid. This already exists with usernames and passwords that take you to the publisher's website, so that you have the accessibility to. It was written as part of our revisions just from the last year, so you have our commitments to that. Those things already exist. We can do a much better job of communicating how people can go. But those things, we think it's absolutely critical that our parents and communities are part of this process. So we already had those parts in place. We want to maybe partner with you guys in other of how to engage the community with being part of that same process. So please know it is already part of, including the ones with ELA and Career Tech, and it's part of the actual requirement because we believe that you shouldn't have to have rooms of materials to have to cut through and all those things when, if it has online access, it's part of the bid requirement, and that's already in it, so.
A reading specialist in my district gave me the information so that I could go online and actually go in with a password and look at a lot of materials from one company. And the problem I ran into there was this. Some of the readers or the supplementary books, there were pictures of the books, but I couldn't click on the book and read the book. So what I did on some of them was I went to YouTube, I typed in the name of the book, and some of them actually were read to me on YouTube, which was wonderful, but not all of them.
And I've done that actually.
And that's really good information to know so that we can work with our partners.
And I really just wanted to click on the book. It was a short story book. 10 pages maybe.
But we need to be intentional in making sure that the average person that may or may not be an educator could navigate through the process so that it is very obvious that we're being intentional in making sure that we're being transparent in this process.
And that
it can be quite cumbersome. It'll send you here, send you there, but include in the marketing package a requirement, hey, if you want to be considered, then this is part of what you have to produce.
And part of those non-negotiables that this board gave us that challenge with after the mathematics, and that those were things we included because we wanted to be engaging all of the folks. And even this year, we were intentional to engage PTA as an order. We wanted them to help also disseminate that information out, both at the library sites, the information that's there, but then also here are the here are the ones that have been submitted. We want people to be part of this process. We know you do too.
Yeah, the director of the PTA was here today in the audience, so that's why I looked around hoping she was still here, but not. And then should we not also, to just make sure, and maybe we already are, go to the local school boards because they do have their own vetting process, and again have another step in answering questions. Include Sally Smith and her group to help us. The more that we can get the word out to let them know we're transparent, I think it'll be win-win for all.
And one thing about that we took, again, the comments that you guys made the last time at how we could support the local adoption process better. Right. Because again, with this,
that's what this is all about.
As much turnover that's existed, that happens, we knew that was an area that we could make impact on pretty quickly. And so just in the next couple of weeks, will give a draft of the new local adoption, best practices, so that we, no matter who it is at the local level who is coordinating that event, here are the resources that you need. Because I think at a local level, you have to be even more intentional than the state process is. And again, you have our commitment to any of those ideas that we don't already do. We want to certainly do those, but we also want your help in engaging the community. We want our folks to be involved and encourage it to do so.
And I believe that school systems can order other materials if they don't like what the state has approved. I believe I'm right on this, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but they have to use local funds to buy materials that are not state approved, and for some systems that's impossible. They just don't have those local funds. So I think it's really important that they know exactly what they're getting before they spend that money.
Absolutely. Jessica, because this is a priority for the board and because we constantly hear about being last and we're trying to improve our processes, where do we stand with the House right now?
I think that Representative Garrett is I've talked with he and Representative Collins. They chair and vice chair our education committee in the House. They also have been very amenable with, let us see the substitute. We'll work with you on this. I think that everybody is really listening to the work that's going on here and has an interest in helping you ensure the high quality.
Good, good. I mean, I really do believe that before we take on the heavy lift of a math bill or other future education, big policy bills, we've got to correct the textbook law so that we can correct the process. It is imperative that this step happen, I believe, first, and then we can do more heavy lifting. But right now with the Literacy Act, our teachers, I believe, are doing all that they possibly can. And I think that what we're trying to do with this bill is to simplify, make a better process, get better books in the hands of locals so that they can provide aggressive instruction and not have any confusion and not have our parents confused, quite frankly, by what we are attempting to accomplish in student achievement right now.
And regarding confusion, and you mentioned perhaps we will see some action regarding math. Part of the problem with the Alabama Literacy Act is that it confused a lot of things, and we've already discussed some of those examples, that those are, because I don't want to use the word things, but those are the responsibilities of the board. And if you have one group doing this and you have the board, they always blame the board, even though an outside group may have been ultimately responsible for limiting, perhaps. With the discussion about math, my hope would be that they would drop that for many reasons. But this is one way that we can fix a situation that could be complicated, perhaps, with the next step. If they decide to do the same thing with the literacy, not to say that the mission and the goal are bad, because they're not. But if you take away the responsibility of one governing body, which is a constitutional body, and you limit what they're able to do, what they're giving us is basically you can either vote it up or down, and that's your job. And then you have to provide materials to work with, or what they recommend, to go along with it. When it's the state superintendent, the state department, but ultimately the state governing board that has that responsibility, not only according to law, but the Constitution allows for that. And that's where anything that comes up regarding this math, unless it supplements and supports in a positive way the board and what we do, and that's part of the problem with the changes with this, is that they didn't ask for our opinion. They just did it. And even people, and I was one, who tried to offer some recommendations and point out problems. And again, it wasn't that long ago when they did this. That's what I fear with this math.
Well, I think Dr. Mackey did a phenomenal job in presenting our math plan at the budget hearing. I mean, we have a very robust math plan right now, and I would just like for our locals to have the opportunity to benefit from that plan this next year, and let us get the textbook process corrected. I mean, it's like steps. It's like one step at a time. And, you know, I just think that the next best step is this textbook law correction or update or improvement, however you want to say it. I think it's the next best step.
Well, and I hope the mission after that will be that anything that surfaces will be, they will be reminded perhaps, and I did watch the presentation, and I assume that you have, I didn't really see anything other than what was sent to us as far as the PowerPoint or whatever, as far as the math presentation. It was somewhat limited. But that message needs to be shared, and my hope is that we all can partner and just remind the legislature that that's our job.
And I think that plan tied into what Dr. Ledbetter had shared with us in reference to math. And I think as time goes on, you know, we have any comments or whatever or changes we could, you know.
Well, the legislation, and again, I have had a preview of it, is not real friendly toward the poor. And that we need to be aware of that at every point, and that needs to, do you have a copy of that?
Do you have anything?
I do not.
Okay, well, it should be, when is it?
I talked with Senator Orr last night and asked him about that because we were meeting this morning, and he said that he was not going to share it with me or with, you know, I don't know who he shared it with. Obviously, you've got
Some
a copy.
people, yeah.
But he said he was not going to share it until it was filed. When it was filed, to that he wanted to sit down after he filed it. He wanted me to come over, sit down with him, go through it. And I told him we were going to meet today. I know it's a little further down, but we jumped to it to talk about it. And what he encouraged was to kind of make a list of things board members would like to have incorporated. But now he said, don't bring me the list till it's filed. I'm filing the bill probably possibly next week, possibly the week after. He doesn't have it exactly where he wants it to get it there. But he's not shared it. But he did tell me that many of the things we've been talking about, the things I talked about in my presentation Tuesday were already incorporated in it. But that, you know, as I said earlier this morning, it doesn't mean it'll be 100% in line. I don't know. So I would say this though. He did say, be making a list of things you want after the bill's filed. He would like to hear, you know, the board's input. And it's a little more difficult. Dr. Richardson, I know she and I have had this conversation over the last few weeks trying to, when you have a bill that somebody's either claimed to file or has filed, and you react to that, and you can say, well, I really agree with this, we're 100% in line with this, but we really don't like this, or could we tweak this? It's easier to have that discussion. When you don't have it, then you're kind of, you can make your list of things you'd like to be, but it's more difficult to have the discussion. So I do think that possibly he did not commit to this, but you know, we'll be back for the retreat in 2 weeks. We set that purposefully on a Wednesday so that, because that's committee meeting day for the board. Y'all remember we talked about that in August, for committee meeting day for the legislature, and possibly could have joint meetings with at least the 2 policy committees in the Senate and the House, and possibly go to the funding committee meetings too. I mean, we don't know for sure, because now it looks like, you know, they could be in a special session that week, but we still think we could probably get some joint meetings. And where I'm going is, hopefully by then we will have a copy of the bill. I assume, you know, I don't know how many of y'all have been a part of developing the bill, but if you have, you know, I don't want to ask anybody to share a copy of something that Senator Orr has told me himself he didn't want us to chair, so that's that.
Well, I mean, no disrespect to Senator Orr or the authors of the bill. I'm just, from my perspective, saying that I think the textbook law improvement needs to precede what we do moving forward, because it may conflict, it may not align, and alignment, I think we've seen, is what we need most after, sort of our difficulty with literacy task force, selection process and that sort of thing. So,
and I think it's important to note that the reason that the textbook revisions is so important is because math is a priority for you. Like, it's not that you are not saying, hey, we don't want to take, this. It's just that when everyone's on the same page with increasing reading and math achievement, you realize the importance of these to get us there. And I think you're exactly right. I think that math plan that we have started putting in their hands to show the work that y'all are doing, I think it's really impressing a lot of folks. It's been impressive for them to see how much you're already putting into it, and I think it will make them listen.
Well, I think it's important for us to preserve, again, the constitutional role of this board. And what I'm hearing and seeing and what I'm aware of, it's not going to do that if we don't speak out against that piece of legislation. It may be even worse than the Alabama Literacy Act, which, again, the mission and goals are not bad, but the board is left to say, okay, you like it or don't, but they didn't ask for our opinion except for one board member.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with the law.
No, I know you didn't,
You're right.
were you the only one on that? From the board? Yeah. And that's wonderful, except that it's the board's responsibility. It's not just my responsibility, but it's the entire board, and a majority certainly has to say. But the fact is that, yes, I don't disagree that we need to make sure these changes are made. I had concerns even from the beginning when they changed the law. But the fact is that they didn't listen to what the board was concerned about at that time, and I hope that they will this time. But I do think that the next step will be the math, what is coming out of the legislature. I don't think it's helpful. I think in the future we'll have similar problems with the conflicts, and I think if the board wants to preserve its role, and I think it should, because we're elected and we always get blamed, then we need to make sure that we speak out against it and not just respond. And they may give the state superintendent some role, and yes, he is or she is our employee, but the board's responsibility is exactly what they're trying to usurp. And I think that we need to be very careful about just allowing that to happen. They can't solve the problems. We have the Alabama State Board of Education, we have the Alabama State Department of Education, and directives should come from the governing body. And that's not, the legislature certainly has a role, but some of these programs have died in the past because the legislature neglected to fund them. Not just sufficiently, just period, they just didn't fund them. And some of the most successful programs started because we went out and sought funding. One is the Alabama Reading Initiative. That didn't start with the legislature funding. And that's where, if we give that up, if we don't fight any legislation that usurps our responsibility, then it's really our fault, ultimately. But unfortunately, it will impact, I think, education as a whole. The more that power is taken away, if you look at the history, go back 10 years, that's when the more we have lost our governing role, the more the test scores, everything else has gone down. And again, we don't have any real control over a lot of things that we should have authority over, which we do have. But somebody asked me, what do we do? That's a good question. It was different. We did a whole lot more in the past than we do now. And we were more successful in education in Alabama. And that's the end of my other speech.
Okay. Thank you. All right, yes. Anyone else about the textbook? Is there anything else? Okay, well, if not, let's and look at the course of study law. I know someone mentioned that they had concerns about it, and I know you put that right at the back of the packet, so let's look at that. It has down the section 16-35-1, composition, appointment, qualifications, and terms of members, and then also oath and compensation of members, and then duties generally. And minimum course content, maximum number of courses and studies required to be taught in elementary school. So
if I may,
comments about that, yes.
So part of it, this, Dr. McCarty's the one that raised this
Yes.
initially, and of course, she's not with us today, she's under the weather this week, and listening to us online. Already been sending me email, so we've got some, which I'd asked her to do. We talked yesterday, and I said, just keep emailing me. But so she made, one of the things that she and I talked about on here, there was one big issue, and you've already addressed it, it's paying people on these course of study committees. Because right now, again, it just says we can offer them per diem. Y'all know it's a lot of work. They work a lot in the summer. They spend several days here in the summer, and they're not paid for that. And as Dr. McCarty pointed out to me, I think she'd talked to a couple of committee members, and they had young children, and the per diem barely covered their like hotel cost and food, and they actually went in the hole having to pay somebody to keep their children so they could come to Montgomery to work on a course of study. So she had asked, could we put that in the
Course of study.
in the course of study law too. Now that would be opening up obviously another law, but I don't, of course she wants to be as helpful as possible and said, well, could we do it as part of the textbook? I don't know that we can though, because the course of study is in a separate section. So we may need that, but that was the main issue.
Okay.
She had also asked, there was about in here a clarification, and I just want to mention this because I don't know if she's talked to any of you, that it says that the board will consider, like, I forget where it is, but courses of study at least every 2 years. And she said, does that mean we're supposed to be doing like the math course of study every 2 years? And we said, no, it means that. So we talk about the math course of study, the English language arts course of study, the science course of study, but legally we have one course of study that encompasses all of that, and career tech. And what the law says is that the board has to address a part of the overall course of study at least every other year. And as y'all know, we actually do it annually. So we're doing more than that. But when that was written a long, long time ago, they were, more worried about whether, of course, you could set the course of study for all the courses and then just never update them. So
that's in section 1635(3), where it says the recommendations, the committee shall from time to time, but not less than once, in each 2 years, prepare a report of its recommendations with respect to the compulsory minimum content of courses of study. I think that's what she.
Yeah. So when she originally brought it up, she had those two questions about it. The one we've answered. There's no question that you're not required to like update social studies every other year. You just you have to update some part of it, or you have to consider updating some part of it at least every other year. So we're way in compliance of that. And when she and I talked about that, she said, well, my remaining issue is the pay. She keeps hearing about paying these members. So
if the board is interested, I can check with the Legislative Services Agency about adding that one part to the textbook bill. There are some, and it would definitely be putting me on the spot to make a determination, but there are some rules about varying things included in one bill, like changing, multiple topics in one bill. But I can ask their advice on would it be possible for us to do that. If they say yes, then I think we could just add that to the substitute if we do with textbooks. If they say no, that's not possible, then I could talk with all committee members about, we all also do this very short one, because that would really be a 2-page, we want authorization to pay.
Where's the prohibition from actually?
It is.
As far as, does it specifically say it prohibits it?
No, but
it's per diem. It's right in section 1635(2) at the bottom. But couldn't you? Is there any way that we could add that to the budget?
know where you're going, like pay for them, are we prohibited
A
from
stipend
doing
of some sort. I don't know that there's a prohibition. And I do think the ethics law would deal with those who were getting double pay. You can't do that. But the other part of it would be, especially in the summertime, as long as they receive what is required, couldn't you supplement it in the meantime?
Good question.
But I think it's always dangerous to open up any kind of changes in any law.
I'll definitely check on that too, because there's not a prohibition, and we've already, behind the scenes, the course of study work wanted to know if we had some of our funds available, maybe even federal funds, can we reimburse school districts for substitutes? Because school districts cover substitutes a lot of times when they're sending their folks up here to work. And so, Mr. Markham has already been working with our finance team and the auditors on what we can do.
Oh, that's good.
So we'll look at, could we just make those payments to course of study committee and textbook committee without specific authorization, since there's no prohibition.
Right.
And so we'll work on that, plus the, look at, if not, what legal change might need to be done.
Do we consult on what other states, how they conduct their, facilitate payment to?
We have looked, and other states do have, stipends almost, more greater than just a reimbursement of your travel.
So many states have moved to they don't do a year-round process like we do. Sean he's nodding back there. He can probably say better. But I've talked to several state superintendents about this. What most states have moved to now is they pay teachers like a 10th month to come in and spend a month in the summer and work pretty much 40-hour weeks for 4 weeks, and they do the whole thing at one time rather than spreading it out through the year. That is a process. Louisiana has kind of led the way in restructuring the way they look at materials and all, and so they do that. It's a completely different process, and they do kind of they'll do midterm reviews too, don't they, Sean? So like they don't wait till a new course of study is adopted and then review it. Like if there's, well, let's just say there's a science course of study out there, and we adopt textbooks the next year is how we do it. And then what they do is that maybe 3 years later, a company publishes a new science textbook where they can submit then. They don't have to wait until there's a new science textbook committee. They can submit, and every summer they have this big group, and they're looking at new science materials, new math materials, new elementary reading materials. So they have this huge process that goes on every summer, but then they don't work during the school year. And that's obviously a different sort of process.
Well, Texas and some of the larger states have different processes. I mean, it's a real diverse when you look at every state, it's very different. And it depends a lot on how, like Arizona has huge districts, like Maricopa County and surrounding, but they have a different structure where you have districts within districts. So it's a little complicated when you start to try to model someone else's operation, but you could take the best. In fact, Jackie mentioned how locals do it here and how they did it in Mobile, which is a pretty large district. And I think it certainly can work that way. And yes, you could change the law as far as how you want to go through the process, but I think again you have to be really careful anytime you open up that possibility for different changes than what you really want. But no, I think that's, those models are great, but the locals actually, I think even within our state, are very different from what I've heard. I've never been employed in a local system like Jackie has, and of course there's others around the table, so you can learn a lot from what they've done.
I think too, we already recognize how much work we talked about, so labor intensive. And it is an honor for your district to consider you qualified to do this. Like these are the best of the best, because your district obviously thinks this person can go open up everything and know what we need. But having a stipend or paying them at that 10th month, it really is more of an honor than it probably feels like currently. So it's almost like elevating their committee position.
It's a respect more than an honor, it's you're respecting their time and their dedication.
And
I
their
think that goes a
knowledge.
lot
Yeah.
far, and yeah, I think that goes a lot farther, that we are showing a respect for them and their time and energy.
Anything else in reference to the postal study? Okay. I know one last thing that we wanted to look at before looking at pre-filed bills, perhaps we'll do that after lunch. But let's go on and look at kindergarten, what has been pre-filed. I know there were comments about that. Jessica, could you bring us up to speed?
I would
I think it's
consider that.
kindergarten or the first grade readiness.
Yes, it's so hard for myself and everybody else to not call it the kindergarten bill, but I think it is important to say first grade readiness because people get really confused about requiring kindergarten. You know, it takes on a different connotation. You know, you want parents to feel like they do not have to choose kindergarten if they don't want. You know, it has not been required in this state, so I understand the connotations. But essentially, this is one of the leftovers. We do expect that it'll come back, and we have been really talking it up. We've been talking it up about, you know, our board and the legislature. Everyone has set all these accountability standards, and this is a major piece in the puzzle on helping us ensure our children are ready. I know Dr. Mackey and Secretary Ross years ago started going to meet with legislators on this, and I think we settled in. It took a while to settle in on language, so because you know you have the Head Start group, you have the pre-K group, and then you have like 5 and 6 year olds, and everyone wanted to ensure that these birth dates didn't get out of line, or if a child wanted to go to school early, a local board could still let them in early. But I think everyone kind of settled in on some language last year. So last year's bill is there. If y'all have any comments or suggestions, please let us know.
Tell me about the assessment.
That's what I was about to
Well, that, and then also this group that can combine that with the one that is mentioned in here. It's referenced, and it was last year. What is it called? And also, is it mandatory? What is it? It's mentioned Alabama Family Central or successor. I think this goes on the Alabama Family Central
Website. So,
and I've been there.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it.
I can
But I don't
address,
think that's gonna be a real popular thing. It wasn't then.
yeah, that is Alabama Partnership for Children,
Yeah.
which is a nonprofit that has a lot of members, and technically the department, I guess the state superintendent is one of the assigned board members. We have a person that goes and represents me on that, but they work with children's policy. Gail Pygott, many of you know, is the director. The legislature set up a few years ago, they wanted a centralized website where parents could go and they could get information about school, they could get information about how to enroll if their children, if they needed you know, SNAP benefits for child nutrition. It's one central website. And so the legislature set it up. We all get what we give, but a bunch of state agencies were asked to give some money to it to get it set up. And so I don't go to it much. The last time I was on there was in November to go look something up, but it is simply it's a repository for a lot of information about children's issues. There's Bonnie Short. She's the one who goes to those meetings for me. But I will tell you this, just so, I mean, it's just a lot of information out there because we had one question in the fall where somebody went to the website and then it was like they had a question for us. And I said, well, I don't know where you're getting this. This is not our information. Well, it turns out it was another agency's information that was posted on the site. But the parent thought that, like we on that website, everything on it was ours because there's a lot of school stuff on there. But it's not. So we don't control what other agencies put on it. And I'm not, you're going to have to, I don't remember what their role is in the bill, but I'm just was going to give you the explanation of what the website is.
Toward the bottom, it's right before C. It just says that.
It said the department will publish information about essential first grade readiness on the Alabama Family Central or successor website. And the goal there is
So whichever the board determines is gonna be the assessment.
Well, no, it doesn't say that. It says the State Department of Education.
Yes,
And so that's what needs to be changed as well, because over the years, the assessments have been approved, they're traditionally by the State Board of Education.
Yes.
And if somebody comes to me, I can't say, well, the department did this.
So if you will
We
look
control the department.
on that little packet, the third page, there was the latest version of the bill. There was amendment that we provided, but didn't like, this is a bill that kind of fell apart in committee. But what we offered is that second thing, to say that the board, that if you demonstrate first grade readiness as determined by the state board on an assessment of essential developmental and physical skills, which was created by the department and approved by the board. But that was after talking with Dr. Stritchett at the time and all of the early childhood folks. They were all in agreement that this did not need to be a particular vendor. It wasn't, I mean, it could be, but didn't have to be, because this assessment would be pretty easy to develop. And they wanted it to be where anyone could administer it. And some of those assessments require certain qualified folks to administer it. But when you have a large number of children that come to register for sixth grade or for first grade and they've never been to kindergarten, you want it to be something fairly simple. And parents need to know what will be expected of the child. If you don't want them to go to kindergarten, you need to know what skills they'll need. So it's, something that we just want to post out there for everyone. But that about the state board approving it is what we will continue to offer as the bill hopefully gets filed. I will talk with Representative Warren to see if she's filing next week. It hasn't been filed yet.
It needs to be changed, and also the reference to, if there's any repository, it needs to be the Alabama Department of Education
website.
Our website. I don't think that we need to specifically name any website. If they want to have a link and link with us, then that's their prerogative. Anybody can do that because it should be a public website, ours. But the other is, in looking at this, I have a lot of parents, especially, boys and girls, but they are concerned about any type of mandatory requirement because they know their children best, and they don't want their children to be required to go, not because of negligence, they just know their children, and they may think that they're just not ready from a maturity standpoint. And the other, they may choose to send them to a private or church kindergarten because it's not as, it's just different. But that said, I read this and I do have some of the same concerns that have been expressed by the parents who last time around, and actually I asked for their opinions with the changes, and they had the same concerns. And so the question is, do you see it as a mandatory?
I think that practically it could result in that, but the two things that we talked about was this: if a child who has the parent chose to keep them at home or do any kind of private kindergarten, and private kindergarten works, by the way, like under the law. So if you made that choice and went, that counts and gets you automatic first grade admission. But the two things were so long, like you can be enrolled in first grade because you're entitled to be enrolled in first grade public school as long as you have completed a kindergarten. No requirement for which one, just you've completed a kindergarten, which could also be homeschool, or you otherwise demonstrate first grade readiness. So if a child who's 6 comes to enroll in public school and they've never been to anything, that's when you would give them that assessment. And if they could not complete any of the assessment, the school would make the decision to put the child in kindergarten instead of first grade.
So the school would make the decision.
It would be about, and that's where the board would pick an assessment that says, I mean, and I think, they even say like it's the developmental skills in addition to like the academic things, like zipping pants, buttoning buttons on a coat. There are multiple different things that that you would get to determine.
I remember in one of the assessments for our girls, all the parents were making sure that our children knew how to identify a submarine. I mean, they had to say, what is this? And they have to say it somewhere. And so it was sort of meaningless because we all sort of knew from the year before, the year before that. So everybody was ready. But the main thing is the parents pretty much, again, they know their children well enough to know whether they should place them in that situation. And that's a concern I have. Yes, I'm very concerned about the children who don't have the benefits that so many have, and they certainly need that help. But at the same time, sometimes that actually backfires and can hurt them. And I know of a situation with a tutor who felt like even the mother, who was not really that much of a hands-on mother, felt like the child was not ready for kindergarten, but they had to move on to the first grade because of whatever the local policy was. My concern here is that we don't need to push children to the point where they end up in the third grade having to repeat whatever grade it was because of the Literacy Act being put in place. We could have caught that early on if we had just held that child back and helped at that level versus later on. I think third grade, to send a child back is really too late if they haven't learned to read at first grade. But anyway, that's there are a lot of concerns that I have with this kindergarten bill, a lot. And I don't know that, and I will say that those concerns are shared by many people, and that may be why it hasn't passed.
I was gonna say that, you know, this bill has repeatedly, been filed and, yeah, it hasn't moved, so.
Jessica, I have a question. In reference to the assessment, you know, you gave us the bullets. The language that we recommended is what you said you were gonna promote, instead of at the bottom where it says possible amendment language by the committee that said that the assessments to provide readiness and the benchmark cut scores that have been vetted and recommended by the Alabama Literacy Task Force.
Yes, at a committee, one of the senators had that language, but we've talked and we were promoting the second. So I was aware that one had existed and it was on the table. It also didn't get introduced.
Okay, good.
So
That
those
was
two
really
amendments.
where my question was going on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just want
I was aware.
reassurance.
Yeah, I was aware that was there, when it had passed the House. So this bill had passed the House last year and it was in the Senate. And as it comes to the Senate, they were looking at different amendments. So we had the one we were promoting, but I also became aware of the other one. And we talked about how, you know, those, like, it just needed to be more broad to let the board, rather than saying it has to be this one or it has to be one that's on the list, that early assessment, because those cost money.
Right.
Rather than saying it has to be one of those, just let the board, you know.
One last question. On page 4, section E, where it talks about nothing in the section shall affect the eligibility of students for special education services, is that in line because of Child 5?
Yes,
At age
and
3, they have to be identified, so it would not prohibit them.
that's correct. Because of pre-K special education, which our local boards are obligated to be offering. So this wouldn't in no way affect that.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask you a question. I want you to restate what you said earlier about the child entering first grade. They're 6 years old, but if they don't meet or pass the assessment, they will say that again.
And it, like, when you read it 100 times, you start to doubt yourself. But all of our public schools offer kindergarten now. Used to, I think, years ago, maybe some didn't, but they do all offer kindergarten. But for truancy purposes, the law says that you don't have to enroll your child until they're 6.
Right.
And when you get enrolled at, so Dr. Mackey, correct me if I'm wrong, but some schools will already like have a conversation with the parent and put a child.
They do, absolutely. They're gonna try to encourage those parents to put their children in kindergarten if they're not ready. Now, a lot of our schools already have a first grade readiness assessment. And we, one of the reasons for this was we felt like it was important to have one assessment used throughout the state that the board had approved. There was obviously opposition to that, as you have already noted. So, I don't, you know, and there would be opposition to it maybe again, but our concern was, and I know at least a couple of senators shared this concern because we talked about it. They were worried that you could you know, you go to Del Rey, we had these kids from Del Rey this morning, you go to Del Rey Elementary School, and this is the assessment you use to first grade, but you could literally drive 3 miles away to Pike Road, and they use a whole different assessment, and so you would have a child who qualified to, you know, to move on to first grade in one district, but not in another, and so they felt like it was good to have one state assessment. We're the ones who introduced that state assessment ought to come through the board. But there was opposition to that, and I don't, you know, y'all know this, everything's a process. So anyway, just know that's out there. But some of them already do that. I'm sorry, Jessica, but then what they have to do, if they can counsel the parent, but they can't, you know, if the child, because of the way it's written now, they ultimately can't say you've got to go to kindergarten because you're just not ready for first grade. The complaint we get, and not a lot, the vast majority of children go to kindergarten on their own. The complaint we get is whether the majority of kids who show up that have had no kindergarten, public or private or homeschool, they show up way behind. And if the parents insist that they go into first grade, that first grade teacher may now have a child who doesn't know his or her colors, they can't count, and the teacher's trying to move the other first graders ahead, as y'all pointed out, partially because of the Literacy Act and other things. Like they're really trying to focus on first grade skills, but they have this child who really ought to be in kindergarten.
But that's what
that's what it's about. Evelyn Warren she's been pushing this issue for forever, I know she's introduced it 5 or 6 times.
And for her, it was personal too. She actually, she also has a, just a great interest in allowing for children to be able to enroll early if they are ready. Like she has an interest in that. But the law says that if you are 6 on a certain day, that you shall be entitled to admission in first grade public school. And most of the time, if a child comes, the school talks to them, talks to the parents are like, yeah, we haven't done anything, we agree, let's go to kindergarten. That'll be helpful. But in the event that the child shows up and hasn't had anything and they're really not ready, the school does put them in first grade with everyone else. And this would say that if you show up at 6, we haven't seen you before, if you show up at 6, then 2 different things. Number 1, show us that you did kindergarten. So if you've already done a kindergarten at a private school, a homeschool, then that's it. We'll put you in first grade. But if you have not completed anything, then you have to show us you can demonstrate first grade readiness. And if you can't demonstrate first grade readiness, then the local board can put you in kindergarten.
And that is important because early versions of the bill, years ago, when I was at SSA, said public kindergarten. And that's what the main opposition was from private kindergartens, which was understandable. But that language was taken out a long time ago when everybody understood there's some high quality private kindergartens and nobody wants to put them out of business. So those groups have kind of removed their opposition.
I don't remember the number. I'd have to go back and look at fiscal note, dig out some work that we had done on how many students come to first grade that have not been to, but we don't have exact numbers because we don't know which schools they might have been in, but we can look at kindergarten enrollment and first grade enrollment for 2 or 3 years in a row and you'll see, I don't remember that number.
It's a few hundred. We enroll about, every year about 50,000 new students, and I'm gonna say it's in the hundreds.
I actually, for some reason, want to say it's like 1,000 children show up for first grade and they weren't here for kindergarten. But the point of that is to say that 99% of our kids are going to kindergarten. They're going to kindergarten. By their own choice. By the parents' choice. Like most people in the state are enrolling their children in public kindergarten.
So is this mandatory or is it not?
It would have the effect of possibly being mandated, yes.
For 1%?
For those who have neither been to a kindergarten.
Or less than 1%, perhaps.
Or cannot demonstrate that they're ready.
it could
We're
affect
making it
that
mandatory for everybody else. I think that's the biggest argument against it, because of what you just said. Those who choose to go ahead do that, and that has been the case. And the question has to do with all of the other. And anyway.
Ms. Ziegler? Yes.
This is from Dr. McCarty.
Okay,
It
good.
came through.
All right, good.
Okay,
I'm
she
fine.
said, I'm sorry, kindergarten bill, but I'll change it and tell her it's
First grade, yes. That's
But she
right.
said, add in that the board will approve the
Yes.
assessment for a student requesting to enter first grade without attending. Well,
I already
yeah.
said that.
Yeah, I did, but I
I
thought it'd be good.
No, I'm glad.
Say she did.
She said, we could stop there and eliminate the qualifiers concerning the assessment. The current version stresses assessing the child's developmental skills. While important, the assessment should not be limited to developmental skills. Academics, knowledge of colors, numbers, just about which you had spoken, are an essential for success. I just want her to be on the record.
Yes.
And I think that's when we developmental skills.
Right.
I think, just by listening to that, so we're not talking about just developmental skills like can you tie your shoes,
Correct.
but academic development too.
I think that's the best word,
Yeah.
academic development, instead of just, some people have that other
It would take,
parameters.
Because I saw reading and math in there, but I think if you say academic development, it covers everything.
I think so.
And we would let the board pick.
I think we'd pull some, I mean, in my mind, we'd pull together some first grade and kindergarten teachers to develop
That's
something and bring it to the board. And ultimately, you would just determine that. But, you know, you don't want to make it too rigorous. And I think that's where some opposition, there's, it's been pointed out, there's lots of different points of opposition to this. Some of the opposition is that the test would be so rigorous that the kids wouldn't be able to demonstrate. We don't want it to be. It's not this is not a mini SAT.
Not a gotcha.
Well, also it needs to be easy to administer. We don't want to take away a teacher administrator's classroom time.
Yes, yes.
That is very crucial in the lower grades to administer a test that might take hours or something like that. And I think, you know, that's sort of what I've kind of heard some opposition being to certain assessments or just too onerous.
Right. That's why it should be able to be something that's easy.
How will we monitor whether a child is going to kindergarten? If we're lowering it, I guess we do the same thing we do with 6-year-olds, but we'll do it with 5-year-olds.
How do we monitor how they're doing?
Or whether they even attend.
So they would.
Attendance.
Yeah, then they would fall. It's so let me just describe that by how first grade is. So first grade is under mandatory attendance law, compulsory attendance, and so we don't monitor it. Like we don't go visit people's houses and see if they have a first grader. But if they are reported, if somebody says, "I know," and we get reports every year. DHR gets more reports than we do, where somebody calls and they say, I know the family next door to me has an 8-year-old child who's never been to school. Then the responsibility to follow up on that does not lie with our department. That's the juvenile probation, juvenile court, because enforcement of compulsory attendance falls to the juvenile court system, not us. So when I was a local, that's what we would do. If we got a report like that, we would call and they would send, usually send somebody to visit the house. And unfortunately, as y'all know, in those kind of situations, there's usually a lot more going on. There's an abusive situation or something. So, but I think, to your question, Ms. Bell, like there would be no, policing thing where we would go around and say, well, we know there are, 52,000 5-year-olds in the state, and we're going to call households and see if they've got their people. We would not begin policing that.
Well, I know that when we were having issues with the truancy law, there's actually a judge that I had Calhoun County in my district at the time, so I was close to that judge, and you probably know who I'm talking about, who was really committed to working with the board and trying to correct some of the problems and change some of the laws that need to be changed regarding truancy. And yes, I understand exactly what you're talking about as far as not policing on our part, but that's a concern that some of these parents have with their children that they know are just not ready. And I don't think we want to take too many more, or be a part of taking too many more opportunities for parents to make decisions, taking those away, those decision-making opportunities away. And it's not that I don't support kindergarten, because I do think it's important, but at the same time, I don't know someone else's children as well as they may know them, and they should. I hope they do. I hope they're not situations like Dr. Mackey just described. That's the concern that I keep hearing. And lowering, it used to be 7, if you recall. I remember. And now it's 6. And so we just keep on getting lower and lower. And I can remember a time when someone said we just need to get rid of the 11th and 12th grades and just go to the 3 and 4 year olds, bringing them in. And everybody just thought, that's crazy. That was back in '95. So we're sort of headed in that direction if we don't watch out and advocate again for parental decision making. I think 6, I understand lowering from 7, but we're with 99 point something participation already. It seems like,
Is there an issue?
yeah. I mean, we don't have to lower the, which may be the major objective in all of this. We can already provide some leadership without any legislation for an assessment that could be used. We don't need legislation to do that. We don't need to lower the grade, the age for bringing children into the public school system. And there are opportunities for parents to make those decisions already. So what is the, and the same thing is we can post instead of that other website, which, it's okay, but why give it to somebody on the outside? Why can't we just put it as a part of our website if they need some help? We should. And so we can do that without any kind of legislation. And without lowering the age. Anyway, my thoughts, and those are not necessarily unique, that's been shared, those are thoughts that have been shared with me, so.
And probably a great summary of why it's year 5 on the kindergarten bill.
And maybe that's not a bad thing.
First grade readiness. First grade readiness.
Yeah. But it's not really first grade readiness, it's actually lowering the age of essentially requirement. And I think that when you start getting into family services, we already have, as you pointed out, a reporting period. And yes, it would be great to be able to reach those children earlier. And so often, even those would go under the radar, sadly. Even if we passed this, we wouldn't necessarily catch them that way. We would catch them from the neighbors and people who report, and they should, things that are of concern. So anyway, bottom line is, I don't even know that it's worth, I think maybe year 6 and 7, why do we need to lower the age?
Okay. All right, well, we're going to adjourn for lunch. We're going to adjourn for lunch. We will reconvene at an odd time, 1:20, to give us a little over 45 minutes, 1:20, and we will be back on time. Thank you.
And of course, we have 2 board members not with us. We're set up into 2 rooms again, so if y'all want to spread out some, we just know how.
I'm gonna go help my husband pick up his car so he can have some.
I'm sorry, Gabe, short time, but we're trying to keep it moving.
Do you need
Is that
some
okay?
help, or is that okay?
No, I'm just gonna go pick him up at my house. It doesn't take that long, and I'll take him out to Capital Chevrolet and be back. And
Okay,
Okay.
yeah,
that's why we're speeding it,
While y'all
45 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Got it.
So you said
See y'all then, thank you. 1:20.
Nick, we got time to eat with us?
I've actually got to run an errand, but I appreciate it.
Hot meal.
Thank you.
Miss Nora asked me hot meal or box lunch, and I said, oh, please, a hot meal.
Yeah, hot meal. Even if Dr. Reynolds isn't here, we still want a hot meal.
I may be back a little bit after.
You want something to eat from upstairs? I was debating on, I have to tell you, Planned to show that same slide in the map, you know, but I was gonna use that map slide, but I used the legislature, but my report was going on so long, the governor's a little inside. Thank you, sir. Great to be prepared.
If the parents came and said, we've only been told because they don't have those counselors at home a lot of times. But there would be nothing to say that if they've been to a course, even if they show up and say, look, I just want to say that, if they show up and that piece of paper in our school is not, then not. Exactly. Make them feel sure. And you as a parent, you say, they are afraid.
You're only talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's an interesting.
I'll learn real quick
This is an interesting thing for us.
They don't have to repeat it.
We approved the course of study.
If they've never been and they're sick. So like they show up at the first time. Yeah, the age thing has nothing to do except for when they show us that first time. Correct. And you know, I hate to say it, but the reason why most people are going to public kindergarten is because free daycare.
Right.
So, let's be real. There are not a lot of people. I mean, my parents are like, y'all going to school.
The Alabama State Board of Education's work session will reconvene. At this point, we're looking at information relative to pre-filed bills or those that were left over from the 2021 session that were found on the document after number 3, HB 487 charter school structure, SB 297 charter school facility locations, SB 170 local school board governance, HB 407 state seal of biliteracy, SB 92 school mental health programs and service coordinators, and HB 498 Alabama Credential Quality and Transparency Act. Are there any comments or concerns about any of those that were left over from the 2021 session? And we have copies of those attached to our packet. Any questions or concerns about any of these? Okay. Well, if not, let's look at bills going into 2022. Jessica, you want to highlight a few of those?
Sure. So the
Pre-filed.
state seal of biliteracy, I think that has very favorable program. That's come back. We've talked about textbooks. A lot of the other things are just going to be, like about the masking issues, about CRT and things the board has already officially stated its policy and position. So it has us in the position of sharing that and saying, look, this is what the board has already done. We think that anything you guys do should be backing up and in line with this, shouldn't be any kind of, overturn. But it's also one of those things that, we're just really kind of watching, because there'll be various things that pop up. On some of there's also some state government bills that are kind of the same way, like on CRT and different things. And it can have impacts like not being able to, it's just, the bills are really conflating things. I'm glad the board took a position and kind of discussed this a lot openly, because things are really conflated there and saying that subpopulations won't be counted or reported, or, we obviously have to do those kinds of things in our federal reporting. So we're just kind of watching to make sure that nothing's really going to have a trickle down effect on any of your work.
Do you think the one about the delaying of the Literacy Act, is that one that's going to come up again, do you think?
I do think it will, and we've talked with Representative Collins, and of course the governor the other night said that she was going to be recommending 1 year.
1 year.
So as soon as that gets filed, I'll share it with y'all to see what, if any, changes they're making. We don't expect there to be major changes, even if they open it back up all the way. So as soon as that comes, I'll highlight those changes for you. We're not expecting any real upside down, just keep trucking.
There probably will be, I think, there will be multiple bills, because as Jessica said, Representative Collins, we think she's going to propose a bill, but I've talked to, I probably shouldn't say names, but a couple of legislators this week have approached me and said they are going to introduce their own bills. That would be like a 2-year delay. There's even Senator Smitherman introduced a 3-year delay in the special session and has indicated he will do that again. So, and I think, our position, I won't say the board, it's not the board's position. Mine has been that we ought to delay 1 year, and then based on what happens this year instructionally, we might be in a position where we would have to do it again. If we got in a position this year, for instance, where we couldn't do testing at the end of the year, or we couldn't do, get good participation in the testing. We just don't know, because we didn't expect, the first week in December, I would almost have bet money that we would not have had this Omicron surge. But our numbers, when they're reported this week, it's only 16,000. And before, our high number was 11,000 in August. And our highest number before that was 4,000. So we're now 400% higher than the highest we were in 2021. So it's entirely possible that, things could happen. But anyway, I'd recommend to the governor a 1 year delay, and then let's look at it again next year. But I will tell you, I've heard from a group of legislators who are pretty adamant that they think we should go ahead and do a 2-year delay, and they've told me they're going to push for that in the session, House and Senate members, and then of course Senator Smitherman has said he's going to push for 3 years. So I just mentioned that because I don't want you to think like there's going to be one bill. I think there will be multiple bills introduced, and they'll have to kind of work through the legislative process and figure out what that looks like. I do think, now I talked to superintendents yesterday, and one of the questions was, well, what if nothing passes and we implement the bill 3 months from now? And I said, if that happens, it happens, and we'll make it work, but I really don't think that's likely to happen. I think that they're likely to get something, some delay bill out of the session.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else?
There's been, I think, 1 or 2 more since the time I sent this out to y'all. One of which is mental health service coordinators. I've got to look to see. I saw Senator Smitherman file that one and one other one. So I'll make sure to include that in updates tomorrow, where we just kind of keep that running list of what gets filed, and what's going on in committees. I'll include that in the newsletter for y'all. But I've got to look to see, is it the same one that we substituted last year? Because we worked with him to make sure that the initiatives that he had was what our mental health service coordinator work kind of matched up. And it wasn't something that created anything new for our locals or anything like that. So I'm going to look to see if that's the same one. And if not, be going to see him and say, we settled up last year, let's settle up again.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right, well, if not, let's look at the discussion. We talked some about the future of mathematics, and Jessica just gave us this. Do you have any comments you'd like to make about this? The existing math plan that we have?
We thought it would be good. Dr. Ladewell had that great detailed PowerPoint last month, but we thought it'd be good to try to consolidate that to one page. So she did that. Anna Morris kind of printed it up for us, so it helps us talking to legislators. This is something we've been sharing with them. We shared with all the committee members the other day. If I could just say a few things while y'all just kind of reiterate though what I had said already this morning. So I've talked to Senator Orr. Last month I told you I didn't know for sure if he was even really working on a math bill because we hadn't seen a bill and called about it, but we talked about other issues and like budget issues, but no math discussion. So we did have that discussion. Jessica had been able to get me a time with him, and he just, it was a great conversation. We talked for quite a while, but he said he did not want to share the bill. He does have a draft. He has taken input from various people, but I don't know who all. But he had not finalized exactly what he wanted it to look like, and said he just didn't want to share it until it was finalized and dropped. And when he did, he said, "You'll be first on my list to come over and talk about the bill with me, but I'm not going to share it until I drop it." So, and drop it, y'all know, is the kind of colloquial term for file it officially. We talked about, I think earlier, but so we expect them to go into a special session next week to talk just about the ARP funds. And we don't know when they'll come back out of that. Obviously, he files the bill, and then it's got to get first read, go through committee, and all of that. So I think that we're a few weeks away from any action on it. But, I don't know. It's like I said this morning, it's hard to react to something you haven't seen. I think that that our math coaches, we keep talking about having more elementary math coaches. I think he will include something about math coaches in there. I think he wants to do. I don't know. He was not clear about things. He definitely has asked a lot of questions about math coaches, and that's why I think that will be in there. But I think it's going to be more than math coaches. I mean, he pretty much came right out and said that. It's about more than just math coaches. So I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's, until we get a bill to digest, I don't.
Well, maybe we've already been very proactive, so we don't have to be reactive. Maybe because of our already robust math planning and work that you all and your team have already been doing, maybe our math plan is very proactive and will just sort of support and with whatever compromise might need to be made to support his bill. I mean, that would be my hope. You know.
And we need this spreading, like we need this work that we know is being initiated and going, we need it spreading throughout the state. Because this is the work that, you know, that we know is gonna make improvements. It's got that professional development piece, for like Dr. Mackey's been talking about, helping everyone understand that, you know, the worksheets have to be done. We teach children all of that, but if we can't teach them behind that, they're not going to be increasing scores. So I think we just have to spread it. And also one of the goals about family engagement and community resources, that was a priority for y'all, and we're sharing that, you know, it's a priority for us to get this out to families and to help families be able to help teachers and kids too. Like, that's a priority. So.
Do you know if Dr. Sidley or Anna have this graphic on our alabamaachieves.org?
I don't think it's up there, but we can certainly
for
get
the
it up
public to see, because I really believe that sharing that 2,635 teachers have been trained in AMSTI, and what a huge increase, 262% increase in the number of schools utilizing AMSTI. I mean, I think that that's very important, and since our website is very public facing, I think they would, particularly because we're in session.
Excellent idea. We just started sharing this week. So we shared it with legislators at the budget meeting. You're getting it, but we'll push it out majorly, and that's a great idea. We will do that.
Yeah, because then we can all share it on our social media.
Well, and we knew you guys would be highly engaged in math conversations. Like, people are gonna, you know, like continue that for the next several months. So we wanted to give y'all something too to show this was our plan. This can help. So
sure. Well, and what's already been achieved, I think, is what's so important, because we hear that we're not doing enough, we haven't achieved, but we actually have been doing quite a bit the last year. And I want our public to know what you've been doing.
And one of the things that I don't want to belabor this, because I know most of y'all listened in on the budget hearing, but one of the things that I really wanted to make with them, and I think it came across, was the level of questions that are on the NAEP and that are on our ACAP, which matches the NAEP. So in the past, when we've had state tests, like the old ARC tests, we ask low-level questions of our students, and that's why we always got these complaints. Why is it that you're showing 80% of your students are proficient on the state test, but only 15% proficient on the NAEP? It was because our state test we were asking low-level questions. We made a commitment, we collectively with the board, when we went with this new test, that we were going to beef it up and make our new test, the ACAP, look more like NAEP. And so students, in the specific example I gave them was, like, long division is still very important. We still teach it, with the bracket and all of that, but you can get a worksheet of long division problems and get all 100 right, and you're going to be level 2 on the NAEP. You're going to be a level 2 on ACAP, because that's not what the test asks. The test asks application questions where you have to work through 2 or 3 different parts of the question to get an answer. And our teachers want our kids to be successful, but we have to help them understand, hey, this is the kind of question that your students are going to see. And if you need help teaching this kind of question, then we'll give you the PD to do that. I gave a specific example, and I actually, Charles had it loaded, and I could probably get him to pull it up, but if you saw, I gave a graphing question, and I told them, I did all the 8th grade ACAP math questions myself to see, and I got all of them right before, which you would like to think that I would get all the 8th grade questions right. But one of them I got wrong, and I worked it again, and I got it wrong the second time. Just solving a line for, solving a decreasing line for X. And so then I put it in the computer, and Microsoft solved me for it, and I'm glad to say Microsoft got the same answer I did. So I thought something is really wrong because the key says this is the right answer. But it's because I didn't read the whole question, because you had to set the y-intercept at 40 and then solve. I had the y-intercept at 0 and solved it. But and you know what's going to happen when on those multiple choice, that one of the wrong answers is going to be the one I had. So students have to learn not only how to do the math, but how to think through the problem and set it up correctly to make sure they're coming out with the right answer. And I mean, that's not new, but on our old test, you didn't have to get to that part to be proficient. Now we're saying you've got to be able to do it at this level, same as the NAEP, to be proficient on the state test. But I mean, y'all know our students are as smart as students in any place in the world, and our teachers are as good as teachers in any place in the world. When we tell them what the expectation is and give them the right supports, they'll do it. Our teachers will do this work. The problem right now is our teachers are absolutely overwhelmed. Like, I think if we gave them one more thing to do, some of them would just scream. I mean, like y'all, I've been in and out of a lot of schools in my lifetime and career, but the stress right now is palpable. With the superintendents this week, the stress is just palpable. There's just a feeling in the room, a tension that has never been there before. I think, 16,000 positive cases. While we were upstairs eating lunch, I've gotten messages from superintendents that they're going to have to close down. They just cannot find people to keep their schools open. What do they need to do? And, so that the fact that we are doing a lot, we're making a lot of progress, but there's no question in my mind we could make a lot more, a lot faster if we weren't also dealing with the pandemic. But we are.
Now, when you say they're closing down, they're still doing the virtual.
Going to virtual.
Okay.
In most cases, but actually I've talked to 2 superintendents in the last 24 hours that they have so many teachers sick they can't even do virtual instruction, so they're actually closing.
They just shut down Thursday, Friday, but see, Monday's a holiday, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we'll give them the 5 days so the teachers can come back.
But
It's not the kidlets, it's the teachers.
No. Yeah, that's what, if there's any way we can separate the two, because.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about closing down now, but so many more have gone virtual, but some of them now are saying they don't even have enough well-staffed to operate virtually. They're just having to close as Ms. Ziegler said, most of them today and tomorrow, in hopes that they'll get a 5-day weekend and the curve will slow down, level out, and they'll be back on Tuesday. That's counting on a lot of things going right.
And one of the things that you mentioned, and especially with math, both ELA and math, if we can help people understand, NAEP was never meant to be used as a measurement like they're trying to use now, where we're at the bottom, and it's also just a somewhat random sampling of schools in the state. It's not every school in the state. And there's certain things that if you've ever been, and I'm in touch with people who've been and helped to administrate the test, obviously test security, assessment security is important anytime. And so they don't have access, and there's a reason for that if you go back in the history of NAEP. But if we can help legislators in particular, and in general, because you're telling the public one thing, they don't understand what the National Assessment Educational Progress is. They don't have a clue. And so it builds in this thinking that every school participates and every kid, and that this is an assessment that somehow is connected with the state when it's not. And it was, again, never intended to be a national exam. And yes, you can use that as a guide for your state assessment, but the whole purpose is what you said, is to go deeper and help children have more instead of limiting it, which is what NAEP essentially does. You don't want to limit their instruction to whatever's on the NAEP. And how do you do it if it's supposed to be a random sampling?
And see if you understand, we don't get the results.
We
don't.
So how
Yeah,
can we know
schools
where
do
we're,
not get
where
the
we're
results.
weak and
No.
what schools have worked in those areas? We don't know.
Right, we get a general score for the state. We don't even get it broken down like which quiz questions people did better on, or what you might need to do something differently.
And if we can better communicate that, that would be helpful.
We will work on that. We try to push that out. It's, as you said, it's hard for people to understand. It's you know, the NAEP is hard for people to understand. That's already been said. It's a complex test, and it was designed to give kind of an overall bearing of the nation. It's been turned into this kind of competition like it were a sports event or something, and that's never what it was.
Well, it was a way to try to direct states to national standards, which they knew the public was not supporting, and that's what actually it ends up being. But it's really not, because you don't use it the same way that you use your own assessments. And so you go on, I know I've had debates on the radio with people who say, well, this was back in the 90s and early 2001, but you try to explain to the person you're talking to about NAEP, and there's such a great misunderstanding and misuse among people who should know better, and I think do. And that's what, yes, I think it's intentional. And so if we can do a better job with all of this, but also explain that certainly we want to be at the top, and we were actually rising. At one point during my tenure on the board, we were actually midway as far as being able to say we've made a lot of progress, but that was separate from so many other things that we were doing within the state. But it all came together. But NAEP shouldn't be our measure of success, and it shouldn't be the measure of success for any other state. It's a measure, and it's a sampling.
Is
And
the NAEP administrated by outside individuals?
well, they hire people within the state to help administer it. But it's actually an outside organization. It's created by Congress. They created a commission, they created an assessment board.
So strangers come in and give the test?
No, they hire people within the state.
For the distribution.
Right.
Yes, and administration of the state, of the assessment within the state. But it's not, but the assessment itself is created by a board, and it includes a state board member and some other people, but it's one of those things that, just go to the website. It explains its history. It goes back to the late 1960s, and it was again set up to do something entirely different.
I'm glad you were lining up math with the NAEP, because at least we have some
But that still limits, and that's where we have to be really careful.
And it was voluntary for the first 32 years. So until 2001, it was a voluntary test.
Yes.
I mean, when I was a principal in the 90s, a lot of schools just said, we don't have time for that, we're not going to do it. But when No Child Left Behind came in, that was a big step in federal control of state education, and they required that if you took any federal funds, you had to participate. So it really, I think you mentioned the year 2001, I know because you know that, but they probably, there's been a lot more emphasis on it in the last 20 years, I think, because it became congressionally mandated in 2001.
Well, it was already there. It existed since the 1960s.
Right, it's been there.
But it was the mandate that was part of No Child Left Behind that actually was sort of a driving force to try to work toward national standards and things that were kind of an agenda versus actually using it as, again, a snapshot and a tool. And it's very different. And it was, before that time, it was, you hear about TIMS and some of these other worldwide assessments where you compare, and it was sort of used along those lines. In a lot of those countries where they are up here, and I've lived in one where children were channeled and tracked, and a lot of the assessments were a little bit deceptive in their results because they only tested certain children, and they're smaller, countries that are perhaps the size of Texas or maybe a little larger, but rarely. So there's a whole lot of history behind that, but I think if we can somehow clarify that and help people understand that NAEP is not, it's not our assessment, and I don't know how you do it because it's become such a confusing issue. Really with so many people, even people who should know better, but some of that's intentional to make us look really bad. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
We'll work
You've
on
seen
it. So Roger Sheffield that y'all met works full time on NAEP stuff for us, and he's gotten some good materials. It's hard to get people, like he sends them out or we tweet them to get them really out of the mass media. But we'll work with him on that. We'll continue to try to push that out and help people understand. Roger certainly does a good job. He's been focusing most recently on getting information directly to those schools because now we are set to give it starting in 2 weeks, January 24th. And again, I'm really worried about that. We were at the, last year in 21, the secretary stepped in. That was, of course, Secretary DeVos. Everything's changed, and said we can't ask our schools to do this during the middle of a pandemic. Now our numbers are 400% higher, and we're still planning on doing it. So I don't know. There's been no indication if they're going to do another delay or not. But if they don't, we have 85 or 88 schools that will be participating across the state.
Out of how many?
1,600.
Mm-hmm. That's a small snapshot.
Very small. Very small.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have a question. Dr. Mackey, when will remember some of the ACAP questions, 20-25% were supposed to be released. Isn't that going to be soon?
Yeah, I think they may have already been released, but I'm not certain. I'll check on that.
Would you, because that was the question.
I will. We are, and we may have somebody, like I told you, I've asked the staff not to come down here, but they're listening.
Hello.
We will,
Dr. Lowell said she thinks item specs were posted Monday, so working on.
They're going into that Scantron test system that almost all of our schools use Scantron for formative assessment. We don't require it. They use it however they want, but they can load those questions into Scantron. And we're looking for other ways to get them out to teachers too. It could just be a written, a book, just a booklet of those questions so that teachers can use them for samples. But we'll get you an exact answer on that. Great question.
Please, thank you.
Any more board member questions? Okay, well, if not, since we have been talking about textbooks, let's go down to number 9, continue discussion of the English language arts textbook adoption, and Jessica gave us this a minute ago about it.
So this was,
Go ahead.
Dr. Richardson, did you want me to talk? Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So this was just a short, or just a condensed visual of what you guys have already been discussing. So you can see that in July of 21, that Literacy Task Force did a core reading review. And there are no names listed here, but the colors are representative of what happened. Okay, so the Literacy Task Force and the number there. So you see 12 different things that were submitted under that core review, and they recommended 2 of them. And then you ask, well, what did the Literacy Task Force recommendation mean? And I'm quoting from the law and from the memo that went out. It said that the Literacy Task Force recommended these comprehensive core reading programs, and that they were recommending a close alignment to all the things in the Literacy Act and the science of reading. Okay, so that's what they said. They said these 2 things, we're telling you that after thorough review, we believe these things are closely aligned to the things in the Literacy Act. Now, keep in mind that the Literacy Act tells all schools you have to use a comprehensive core reading program that does the following things, like it listed out. That's where all the fluency, phonics, all of those things come in. So basically, Literacy Task Force did the work to let schools know we're telling you that these 2, they're good. They are aligned with Literacy Act. So then our ELA committee, shortly after that, comes in and starts work. And in an effort to try to keep everything aligned, you will see that when the bid packet went out, this is just part of the bid packet. We didn't copy all of it for you. It's a large packet. I mean, there's lots of, legal jargon in there that folks don't care anything about much. But this was to let you know that when we put the bid packet out, our department said, if you're going to send us something on a K-3 comprehensive program, we want you to be aligned with the Alabama Literacy Act. And so we told them that you must be closely aligned, and we also said that we wanted the publishers who, if you submitted to the Literacy Task Force, and the Literacy Task Force said that you weren't aligned with the science of reading, we're also going to agree with that. We told them that up front. So you will notice that out of all the people that submitted here, a lot of people did not turn anything in. They just didn't turn anything in. When they saw the bid, and maybe they knew they had been left off the literacy list, they just didn't turn anything in, okay? So these are how many people submitted here, how many people submitted here. So there was one here that you'll see is in gray for the ELA. This gray one, they did turn in for ELA review, but they didn't turn in here. Maybe they didn't know about it, maybe, I don't know why, that doesn't matter, but they weren't never here, but they did turn in here. And we told people up front, we said, if the Literacy Task Force did not get a chance to review your material, then go ahead and submit with your product this self-evaluation of a curriculum evaluation tool. Send us that with your product, which was the same thing Literacy Task Force did. They did that with all of these people on this list. They said, when you turn your product into us, send us a self-evaluation of yourself. And this tool was to help them identify where, how the material covers fluency, phonics, coding, and I'm going to mess up those things yet again. But anyway, so we told that company, send us that. That company did, and that company self-identified themselves as having 4 red flags, saying, our product doesn't do this. That was considered a non-negotiable. And we notified them, you did not meet a non-negotiable, and that company withdrew. They said, please do not review our product. We're withdrawing. Okay? So that's kind of like how we are and where you are right now. So, and this is just K-3. So keep in mind when you've got that secret sheet with all the scores that you have, and you're looking at that, this is just an oversimplification of that. And it's also only pertaining to K-3. So a lot of these companies right here, they did turn in for 412. So, this representation is K-3 only. So, if you were to, okay, so, and this is not comprehensive of all your options. This is just some ideas, things for y'all to talk about. But one, if you adopted the recommendations as you have them now, what does that mean for schools? So if you adopted them as is, you only have the one recommendation that's on your secret sheet. If you adopted that, does that mean that a school can still buy these other things? Yeah, they can. A school can utilize their local textbook committee to purchase any of this. But the local textbook committee must be willing to vouch for the product being in compliance with the Literacy Act. Does that make sense? Because the law says schools are supposed to be using a core comprehensive program in K-3 that covers all the items of the Literacy Act. So if a local committee wanted to vet something that either isn't on here at all, or even if it was one of these, they have to be willing to stand behind, we believe this is science of reading and this is why we do it. And all this work was done for them, and a lot of people are going to say, the work's already been done, we're not going to do that, we want to use something here. But to answer your question is, if you did what you have right in front of you right now, if you only adopted just that one, schools could still purchase something over here. Another option that you might have is to move forward on 412 recommendations. Take no action on K-3 materials right now and tell us to rebid that. It's not, and all of this is kind of uncertain legal scrutiny because it hasn't been done yet, but when there's no precedent, you kind of have to go with what you have in front of you. So if you said, we're gonna table K3, let's rebid it, you could tell us what parameters you want. If you were to tell us that we want all of these things reviewed again, then it would make sense for us not to put it as a non-negotiable. But you see the reasoning behind, this work has been done. And so, but you could say, look, we want this rebid and we don't want you to put anything in there that says, if you were rejected, you're automatically gonna get rejected again. Just rebid it, let them submit, and allow these people, maybe in conjunction with some of the literacy task force, allow them to review it again. Let's get more eyes on it. Those are decisions that you're facing now. Like if we do issue the bid, what kinds of things would you want? I just wanted to explain what had happened so far as it related to the work that had happened with Literacy Task Force.
Does 6 through whatever, the end, 6 through the end, 7, does that just deal with K3, the way I'm reading it? And then the first part, it talks about non-negotiables, and then the first one says instructional materials submitted must be aligned with the Alabama course of study for English language arts and career and technical education. It's not an and or, it says and. Is that beyond grade 3? And if so, I wouldn't expect a lot of the materials to be aligned with all of the above, which would go on and say clusters, business management and administration, finance, manufacturing, marketing, and work-based learning. And then it says, please complete the alignment documents. So, in other words, when I think of elementary school, I don't think of all of the and career and technical education clusters, business management. But I think of English language arts, and I'm thinking of let's build an interest in increasing the vocabulary by reading some really rich literature and developing that love of reading through that avenue, as well as doing all the other things that they can't even think about. Like they can read a book and travel around the world. But all those things can be helpful in so many different ways. And I can think of examples where people's lives were changed by just developing that love of reading. But if you're saying those are non-negotiables where you have to and incorporate that, we'll say beyond the 4th grade, but the way you read it, it doesn't necessarily distinguish that, and that may be unintentional.
I think it is. I also think that without the whole bid packet, we're at a little loss. Because this may have been a part of a bid packet for 2 separate bidders.
Let's find out, because
Yes.
I think that's the way I would read it and expect it to be, but I think when you read this, it doesn't come across that way.
So there was one bid
I saw their
packet.
heads nodding back in the back while I was talking, so I thought that was.
Yeah, that makes sense. I see exactly what you're talking about.
And I'm an English major, and I'm reading that from a literal standpoint, and that's how children are. I'm around a lot of children.
So one of the things I would ask y'all, and what I would like to recommend for next month, for the February meeting, is that we move forward with the 412. Because there are multiple options out there. At every grade level, there are, for the different subjects, there are multiple options. And your superintendents and principals and all are on pins and needles. Like they can't, if we don't do something in February, it will be really too late for them to order for next fall. And if we keep delaying, and unless you feel comfortable. So here, I guess I'm putting this into 2 things. I think that as a foundation, we should move forward with 412. We've had no questions raised about 412. Now, one of you has asked me and said, well, do we know if, like every passage or every reading sample, any 412, if there's any problems with any of them? Well, I mean, I'm not going to say there's not, because here's the thing. What you may have a problem with and what I have a problem with are going to be 2 different things. There's no question. We already have textbooks out there that some people have a problem with this reading passage or this story, or they don't like this or that about the book. But, and of course, I mean, that's, as you mentioned this morning, or somebody mentioned, there's no perfect book. There's not going to be a perfect book. I think maybe Ms. Sealer said that. But at least on those other grades, there are multiple options for districts to consider.
Well, I didn't ask that question, but I would like to have this clarified and have an idea of why they perhaps didn't want to continue submission.
You're talking about the gray?
Right. I think the number 1, for example, I'd like to have that clarified, and then also just send the list back out to us so we can. I know we have it, but from the 4th.
412.
Yeah.
So 412, if we just think foundationally, if we move forward with that, and then have a discussion about what you want to do with K3, and really, as Jessica said, I mean, you're kind of in a. It's either move forward with the current recommendation, which is really one material for K3 reading. Ask us to rebid it, and then we send it back out, and you can set new parameters and say, we want you to do, we want you to consider a wider net. We might get submissions from those on your list that are grayed out, that submitted and then withdrew. We might get more submissions. We might get additional submissions that didn't come into either the Literacy Task Force or the Textbook Committee the first time. We are likely to get more because there are additional, there are vendors that not everybody, but most everybody in the textbook world is trying to make sure they fully incorporate the science of reading in their reading materials, which is good for everybody. And so many of them who might have had a textbook that was 3 years old, they're in the process of updating and rewriting them and revising them now. So if we rebid, we might get a vendor that didn't submit the first time because they knew they didn't meet the non-negotiables, but they believe now they do. We've even talked about...
Dr. Mackey, what they did is they stuck on a sticker that said, we do the science of reading, and you go through and you go, no, you didn't. I mean, it is.
We thought about pulling, yes ma'am, we thought about pulling, I don't know if we could pull everybody, but we might could, but pulling at least a couple of people from the Literacy Task Force, mixing them with the textbook committee, the early learning folks, and let them review them together. But I want to caution us all that, when we ask them to vet materials, this came up a little bit this morning, and these folks, y'all know, they work really hard. Most of them are classroom teachers. They're overworked anyway, but they're looking at, can you use this book to teach reading? So they're looking at the components of the science of reading. They're looking at all those things that are laid out in the law and in the guidelines. But that does not mean, even if they come, if they say this book right here is a good book that you can teach the science of reading from, it doesn't mean that every teacher will be able to pick up that book and use it properly, because you've got to be able to be trained sometimes into teaching the lessons too. And it doesn't mean that there's not any reading passage somewhere in that book that might offend somebody, because we have lots of different sensibilities, and then teachers have to think about those things and work through those. I was sent, had nothing to do with reading actually, it was a social studies text before Christmas. Parents sent me a social studies text, and they were offended by this. And I'm telling you, the text, it was one of those little sidebar stories about Thanksgiving. There was nothing in it that would have bothered me for any of my 3 sons to have read that about the Pilgrims and, the 1620. It just looked normal to me. But this parent was highly offended by it. And so that just reminds us that we all come at things from our own perspective, our own background, our own education. And so we want children to be exposed to lots of different things, but at the same time we want to make sure that it's lots of things within the bumper rails. We don't want them exposed to things that we generally would agree this is inappropriate. So the committee's looking for those things, but they're not looking necessarily at everything. The Literacy Task Force was not charged with any of that. They were just charged with look at the science of reading. I mean, and I can play the devil's advocate on the other side, because there are some things in some of our textbooks that I, as a parent, don't like. But I'm not saying that, oh my gosh, we shouldn't, a teacher shouldn't be allowed to use anything in that book, but teachers have got to use their discretion and make some decisions. You're in a tough position. I'm going to go back to how I started, though. What I really would recommend is, at least if we could move forward with 412 next month, and then let's keep having a discussion about K3. And because, do you want to set up some specific parameters the board would lay out to charge the committee? Would you like for us to pull together some of the reading committee and some literacy task force people to look at a rebid? If we rebid it, would you be open to rebidding it, the whole thing, like anybody who wants to come, or would it only be to the ones that initially responded the first time, but didn't, but then withdrew submission? So would it be kind of more narrow, or would we want to open it up and see if there's more material out there? Those are the kinds of things. But what I'd like is for us to have that discussion about K3. But if we could just agree that we could move forward with the 412 materials, we could resend you the 412 materials. But so our, at least coming out of this, our superintendents and principals would know that we're going to, what kind of their plan looks like for next month and then going into the next year. If we rebid everything, then we are delaying the process for schools effectively for another year.
Bill to mention two things. As we discussed, I think we could write down here, just talking it out now, that another option would be that you adopt, like it's similar to one in that you adopt the recommendations with a caveat that we are immediately going to rebid K3 for additional, to look at additional products or something. Because you could, you could adopt this now on the recommendation of the committee and have us put all, big letters, this is being adopted on recommendation of the committee, but it is also immediately rebidding to see if other products in our state, something like, you could
that might confuse people.
It could.
It could really confuse people.
Don't they have something now that they can use?
Books. They have books now. They do.
And even if you did adopt that, the recommendation as is, locals can still use their money to buy either one of these.
The textbook money.
They can.
Yes.
Because it says that, and it actually, the prohibition in the law says that no public funds can be used to purchase something that you have rejected.
Right.
It's not not about state dollars or local. It says no public money can be used to make a purchase that the state board rejects.
So in other words, they could be donated. If there's some corporation that likes to, you can donate books.
And the logical ask, why is like book F that was over here, they're nowhere on our ELA list, but you also have to go back and look at all the non-negotiables. For example, have a publication date of 2018 or later. So if just because they submitted here and then they saw this, they're like, our stuff's older than that. We're not going to submit.
So Jessica, I want to be clear. Am I hearing you say that a school system chooses to take one of these other options, they will not be put in a position where they have to use local or federal dollars to buy these items?
So that is something that I know there's been a lot of misconception about, and it's not shouted from the rooftops a lot for good reason about you want people to buy the things that are vetted. But as the law currently stands, they could use money to buy that now, but they have to go through their local textbook committee. They cannot just be making, they have to, the law says, we've spent a lot of time talking about our state textbook committee. And at the state level, we do a lot of work for locals, which is helpful. But there is a local textbook committee process where they can do their own, and then they just send us notification of, we've done our own and we're going to do this.
what this.
Right, but I'm talking about the,
Yes.
State dollars.
with state dollars.
Yes.
So they won't have to use.
That is correct, but then they're kind of getting hit from two sides because let's just say that if a school district decided to buy this one right here that did not make
In red.
literacy in red.
In red, let's say vendor H
Because
in red.
there's not a law that says that if it wasn't recommended by the literacy task force, you can't use public money. There's no law for that. So let's say if a school district wanted to buy vendor J, they could do that if they utilized a local textbook committee, but they could find themselves in violation of the Literacy Act if it doesn't cover the science of reading.
And that's why it's vetted and in red.
That's right. Like somebody else in the state already said that book is not science of reading. But if they're willing to say, yes, we think this is science of reading, that's a decision for them.
So, well, exactly, because so many of our smaller districts that might not have a textbook committee.
They want to rely on us.
That they do rely on us, and that's why I say the process is flawed because it doesn't align currently. We just aren't aligned. And we've got to get alignment first, or we're going to keep bumping into this.
Yeah.
And
That's what
I
happens.
am hugely, this is Tracy West, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but I historically am hugely protective of the lower grades. Anything that goes to the lower grades, vetted again, because that is the foundation. And I would submit to you, I'm not sure that we're vetting as deeply as we need to. And I'm not speaking about the literacy task force. I'm not speaking about the textbook committee at the state level. I'm not speaking about the locals. But if you look at our reading scores, we've got to just dive deeply into these lower grades. I know I'm preaching to the choir, y'all.
But there are groups that are donating, because of that reason, they're actually donating products, books to local systems because there is a gaping hole in that process. And when the Literacy Act was passed, it conflicted in so many different ways, and this is the result of a problem.
I don't know about those companies, and I only know what I think we can do better, what I think we can. And I'm just, I'll say it again, I am very concerned about approving a single vendor. It very much concerns me. And so I want to give a lot of thought and discussion myself approving the the 412, just so I'm clear, and I can do that in my own time. But I have a great concern about approving a single vendor.
How unusual is it to get down to one vendor?
Well, so I was just going to say, it's kind of, you have to find a balancing test because what you just said about the board has a desire for the products to be vetted deeper than they've been vetted before. Okay? So if you have that desire, it usually results in a smaller funnel. So while we may be used to, there were 12 people that submitted and none of them were not recommended because we only looked at them this far. But if you dive down deeper, it might result from that 12 going to 3 or 2. So, I just want you to know that there's a balancing test of everyone's uncomfortable, and this is your decision. I'm just saying that the two things are, we want them vetted deeper, but we want more choices. The more choices may not be out there in those situations. And it also, and I don't think this is anything that's difficult or disrespectful, but you can have experts with different opinions, even when vetted. This happens within task forces all of the time. And so they have to just have some consensus about the work that they do. But those are difficult things where we never want to pit experts against each other, but you could have two of the most highly qualified people look at something and have a different opinion about what that means.
No doubt. I do not disagree with you at all. That's why I want more than one. So that the local school board and textbook committee that looks to us and says they've done the work, these are the 2, 3 that we have, really have an option in their own small district. You know, I mean, you've got some districts that have very robust committees that are gonna buy their own products and do all their due diligence, and they're not worried a bit about aligning with the Literacy Act because they have their own people, but the vast majority of our districts do not.
Can you provide, I know it's on here in blue, but can you provide in an email, you already have, I'm sure, a number of times, and I've just missed it, where you can link to the curriculum evaluation tool provided by the Reading League, so that we can access that as board members. And the other thing, I know this has to be a typo, because it says it's for the fiscal year 2093.
No, so it went out in July of 20. Yeah, our memos have a weird FY number.
The number.
I'm gonna say
It's the memo number.
It's the memo number, I'm sure.
Yeah, so 21 is the year.
I know I will not
It
be
goes
around.
out, and 2, it's the next, I don't have that piece of paper. The next numbers of 2 means it came through the Division of Instruction through Miss
And so can we
Miss Martin,
access
that time
that
Dr.
too?
Boyd.
You know, the little, where you have it, where it seems or appears to be like a link. And I knew that had to be what you're,
Yes.
but that would be helpful as far as background. And then the non-negotiables, I assume that, where you have that
We could
included?
give you the entire bid packet.
Okay,
So
good.
that you could see what went out when vendors first looked at, you know, if they wanted to respond.
Because what the committee obviously did, they tried to meet the requirements set before them and what the law requires, I would assume. I mean, that seems to
Well,
be
that
obvious,
also
and that's how
created
you end up
extra
with
work.
one. Yeah, and which is what we asked them to do. It's not, certainly not their fault in terms of why you came up with one. And we know the history with that.
Sorry, I mean,
No, go ahead.
started. But let me also just point out to, on the Literacy Task Force, they did this work in the summer on a pretty short timeline. One of the things I know they wanted to do, and they did, which I think is very legitimate, but they looked at, they had all of the, we keep using the word, but they're non-negotiables for the science of reading. And if a material, they were looking for 100% compliance. So if there were, and I don't know how many, but like if there were 95 things they were looking for, 95 green flags. If a material had 1 red flag, then they turned it down. And they didn't even look at the rest of it. So like they found a red flag in chapter 1, they didn't even look at the rest of the material. And the only reason I mentioned
That's
that,
not true. I think it was 3 red flags.
is it 3 red flags? Thank you.
Well,
Was that, Mark, you tell me, but
Yeah,
they,
I'm sorry, just to be clear, so the red flags on that Reading League rubric that Ms. Bell just mentioned, the minimum requirement to be on the final list was that there be no red flags.
no red flags.
But these were base requirements. This was not a very long rubric looking at a variety of, it was just basically saying, does this meet the science of reading, yes or no? And then you can go from there. The 3 red flags comes in because to be sure that they wouldn't just do run 1 red flag and stop, they looked for 3 red flags as the minimum so that if anything were to be questioned, they would say, you've already, not only you missed 1 red flag, you've got at least 3. And most of them had 4, 5, 6, 7, there were a variety of different. So this was not, just as a clarity, it's not like they just took the top 2 and there were other very close ones on the list. There was a very clear separation in the number of programs that had a lot of red flags versus the 2 that had 0.
Now, he did a better job explaining what I was going to try to say. So they did look at, clearly trying to separate them out. Thank you very much for
I
that.
have to ask him a question.
Yeah,
Ask a
absolutely.
question. Because you saw all of that, were there other vendors that you felt were very, very strong
They were.
in the science of reading?
No, ma'am. And I'll say that as someone who is not an expert in the science of reading, I'll be very clear on that. But the committee is, and when you look at their red flag review and all the information they provided in notes, they were very clear. It was not like they made a judgment call on, well, there were others that were very close, but we only want to have two. It was not a close competition in that number.
So we really just had two.
Yes, ma'am.
They were very strong.
Of the ones that were submitted.
Of the ones that were submitted.
But again, it was a pretty long list of 12, 15, I think, that were submitted. So it was not like they were looking from a short list.
It's this
And
list.
Yeah.
So in time, I think that you will see that get better because there are more textbook companies now. I mean, there are more states doing what we're doing, and if they don't align to the science of reading, they're going to sell books. So they are currently, I know that many of them are going through vast overhauls, and that goes back to something y'all brought up this morning. Could we, move to a system where we kind of vetted things more often, but it doesn't get us out of where we are right here and now. One of my concerns, and I think y'all probably share this concern, is so let's say we took the option Jessica hasn't mentioned, but you could just punt and say we're not going to vote on anything. Then what happens is the districts they have to set up their own committee, or they either have to stay with their current materials, as Ms. Bell mentioned, or they have to set up a local committee and go through their own process. In which case, we don't know what they're going to buy. And that's my big concern, is that we do need to, I don't want to make all the choices for the districts. I've sat on that side of the table too, and many of y'all have, but give them some direction, some bumper guards about quality, because I know that the textbook committee and the literacy task force, they're both, these are folks who work really hard to try to set up bumper rails. We know we have problems with the two laws do not align, and they need to better align. We're going to work on that. But right now, we got to figure out some sort of process. And I go back, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but all the concerns I've heard have been about K3. I'm not saying they're the only concerns out there. But I hate to hold up us buying new 7th grade literature books because we still are not comfortable with K3. So that's why I said if we could bifurcate and do two recommendations. We don't have to do it that way, but we could do that.
It would need to be a clear, no action on K3, like a clear bifurcation by the board, because if it's not clear that it's bifurcated and you're not taking action, then it could result in a presumption that you rejected K3. Now, if you want to reject K3, you can, but if there's a presumption that you did, see what I'm saying? You're going to have to make a clear bifurcation.
How does that show up on an agenda?
You would just be EOA adoption, but your resolution would need to say, we approve for 12, K3 is tabled, pending, or whatever. I'm just saying it would need to specify.
These K3 books are good for how many years?
I think we end up using them about 7 or 8 years.
Typically go for 7 or 8 years before we do another adoption.
It's an important decision.
The last adoption's been more than that. So one of the issues we have with our adoption cycle is that, of course, they don't line up. I mean, the textbooks, publishers publish books when they publish books. And so they may go out of print, basically. And part of our contract is they have to agree for 7 years, which is our limit on the contract. I don't know why, but that they have to keep making those books available to our school. But let's say we don't do an adoption for 10 years. The last 3 years, they may still have books out there, but they may have gone out of print, and they're not obligated to just print more books for our schools. And so then that's when schools get in trouble because, books get worn out, they've taped the spine as much as they can, and they cannot get additional books. Now, we have a couple of folks here from Publishers Warehouse that manages the distribution of our books, and Lisa Silver's here and Patrick Chaplin. They can better answer those questions if y'all have specific questions about distribution, because they manage all of that for us. But
we used to have to, as a board, every time we'd have a new edition come out of the same book that was actually in the classroom and had already been approved, we'd have to come back and approve that, and then we decided that was just, why do we do that? If there's a new edition, why can't they use it? So I would assume that continues. Is that, don't you have new editions coming out of books that are in the classroom?
Well, we do, but the contracts that the board set for are for 6 years.
For the departments?
Right, with the
Yeah.
department, they are for 6 years for that particular copyright. And so right now, we're going on 10 with our current BLA adoption, and most all of those books have been sunsetted. Pretty much all the digital no longer works on, that previous 10 years. So our districts right now are really, they're watching and, hoping that we can get a resolution. But the contracts are for 6, and so, we have to be really careful because we've pushed some things back over the years that has caused things to be out of contract. That contract protects our school districts for printing and pricing. So, in the future, if we want those contracts to be longer, we need to spell that out.
And is there any way, and I'm asking all of the above, is there any way for us to, the beauty of what we did before is that it was flexible, and the board still approved the new edition, and, we don't deal with contracts, the department does, and the superintendent, but is there any way that we could perhaps, I won't say go back, but it was under a former superintendent when we made the change? And how can we help make that happen if we do have questions where we're not holding up the entire process as a board, understanding what locals are having to deal with and trying to, make sure that they have what they need in their classrooms? I know we were just talking about books that are falling apart. We don't need to get to that point, but is there a way that we could handle it otherwise?
We could look at that. I'm sorry, Lisa, let me say this, and you might want to answer in, but we could definitely look at that. But the only thing that concerns me is so let's say I have, a book that I call The Beauty of America, and it's copyright, 2018, and that's what we adopt. And then The Beauty of America 2 comes out in 2026. And yes, it's the same book updated, but the content of that book might be very, very different. And I wouldn't want us to have a book that's essentially never been vetted, that they've just completely rewritten the inside, same cover, same name on the outside, and we've not.
That's why we did it as a board, because the department would take care of the vetting, and if we had questions, we had the individual book, and actually the spotlight is brighter when you are the only one. So that's how we used to do it, and maybe 10 years ago, but it actually provided that option where we could update it, but it still would shine the light on it, and I would think most publishers would not offer something that would, because it's by itself, lend itself to that kind of sunshine, perhaps, and controversy.
Good question. We'll look at that. Lisa, y'all can help us figure to talk about that. Patrick.
I would add to your thought, move forward with the adoption, the idea that Jessica mentioned of the K-12 with the caveat that additional materials will be reviewed. Every district has a local committee. Every local committee is already reviewing books. They're just waiting on you. So with the stipulation, they could choose to wait. They may look at your recommendation of only one and their other things couldn't be reviewed. They may choose to wait on that review, or they may move forward and locally adopt another resource to do that. So that would give flexibility for districts to either move forward or wait.
I'm all for flexibility, frankly, but I want to also go with quality.
Right.
And that there's merit in perhaps waiting. But again, we have that twist where we're trying to comply. Well, we can't just try, but we have to comply with what the law requires. And I don't know how soon we could change some of that, but through the legislative process, because law is the law. But I think that if we can help locals in any way, whatever you suggest, certainly I think the board members would be open to it, and you can communicate that to us, Dr. Mackey. But that flexibility it was very helpful at the time. We'd see a couple books practically every board meeting. But apparently it was worth it because we were helping local systems.
We'll go back and
I
review
don't think
that.
that's changed as far as the flexibility.
Okay, I have a question. If we went ahead and we voted and we just had vendor A, and then we also had the 4 through 12 and had that all together, and it failed, would that mean that no schools then could order?
What do you mean by fail?
You are going the right direction, because
Yeah.
then you have rejected the whole list. And the law
Yes.
says they can't consider them even in a local committee if you reject them.
So you have to reopen the process and they could submit again and the
Right.
board could vote again, but it's like the whole process has to begin again.
That's right.
And this isn't her, we spent a lot of time on textbook, law after the math thing. When the board said, we want to know, like, the rankings. We don't just want to know, reject or accept, we want to know the rankings. So, and I think at that time, there was a short confidential legal memo that went out to y'all about, hey, you have these options, different ones can result in different legal scrutiny, different things. And it's weird how it says that the State Board of Education, I went through everybody's roles and responsibilities, and it said the State Board shall, I can't remember if it says adopt or approve, shall adopt textbooks on the recommendation of the committee. Which, you can argue two different meanings to that. But yeah, if it came up for a vote and did not, then that would be a rejection of
everything.
Time, the clock is ticking.
I tried to simplify it as much as I could. I really did. And Dr. Davis and Angela Martin approved that this was as simple as it possibly could be.
So
Because I try to interpret.
what if we do this? Take the information, I don't want to cut off the conversation, Dr. Richardson, but we talked a lot. So think about it. We will have next week, I would love to have a chance to talk to each of you individually next week. We'll be back on the 26th for the retreat, which technically is a legal work session. So as a part of that day, we could set aside some time to revisit on the 26th, and then hopefully come out of that with some consensus about whether you wanted to vote on the February, I think it's 13th, because we don't have to have we don't set the agenda until the week before, but we would have a pretty good idea.
Exactly. I think that's a great way. Any other comments? Okay.
So, if I may, then,
I want to get into
where do you want to go to?
Well,
Thank you.
I'm glad about it. I'm going to do the authorizing another program.
That'd be fine, because I think we can go back to number 4 and just go pretty quick. You and I are on the same thing.
Okay.
So we have 2 programs for your review next month. Birmingham Southern College. If you look at that one under number 4, it is a Class B English Language Arts. This is one of those, you're not authorizing the program, this is just authorizing the review. So basically they're up for review on this one program, and all you'll be doing is authorizing us to consider that. To send a team basically to see if they're still meeting the standards. The next one on 5 is approving Jacksonville State's Class AA elementary education. So that's that Ed Specialist AA certificate, Jacksonville State's elementary ed. We have a representative here from Jacksonville State's been hanging out with us all morning. So do you want to come up?
If you want me to.
Well, we'd love for you. We've come all the way down. So.
I'm in here.
Dr. McCarty would be upset if we didn't bring up to the table to talk to him.
I know. Well, we also have the Office of Clinical Experience representative with us as well, Maria Hayes. So if anybody has spoken with her, let her know who she is.
Thank you.
So, I don't think there's any, the review went great. We're obviously recommending that you approve this. I'll brag on my alma mater though. So Jackson State, Troy, we had some Troy folks here this morning earlier, and UAH, I think, are the three programs that have agreed to offer our new temporary special ed certificate that I've talked about this morning. So they will offer 5 modules, and a teacher who you have a college degree, you can go into the classroom and start teaching special ed immediately under a temporary certificate. Within 3 years, you have to finish those 5 modules. I know that's a big deal to all of us, but superintendents actually broke out in applause yesterday when I announced that. That's a huge move for them. Dr. Meyer?
4 other institutions have also submitted bundles.
4 others?
That's great. That's great.
You said this was special ed?
This is special education. And I appreciate them, JSU and Troy and UAH stepping up immediately. Obviously now, but 4 others have. I think, I don't want to speak for you, but I'm going to, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that JSU and maybe all the others have committed they're going to try to get all those courses online. Right now, some of them are online, some of them are in person, but they're going to try to move as many of those modules online as possible.
And because we're extra at JSU, I went ahead and submitted a proposal for the Alt-A just in case that comes around too. So just know that we were first.
You heard it here, right down the gate in time.
That's great.
You turn out a lot of teachers and a lot of great teachers. We appreciate it.
It's a beautiful campus.
Dr. Chestnut's also a JSU person, so
Yeah.
got everybody surrounded here. Any other questions while we have some college representatives?
Enrollment, how college education, your
So,
enrollment.
actually, from the memo, we're anticipating to be adding some with the decrease in the GPA. We've been, I've been on the phone. We've been on the phone with people back home, and they are working on those people who were not, had not met the eligibility requirements in both Alt-A and our Class B as well. And so we anticipate that our numbers are going to be pretty good. But they've been higher since Praxis Core was removed. They've been higher than since I've been there. I've been there since 2013. But our numbers are pretty solid.
191 graduating this semester.
Yes,
That's fantastic.
You said 391?
191.
That's wonderful.
That's very good.
That's really good.
That's great.
Especially in the winter semester.
They've already hired.
They're already hired.
That's the graduation. Most of them are already hired or filling out long-term subs.
That's okay, we'll take
Yes.
I know JSU is one of our institutions too. All the institutions are allowed to do this, but I know you guys do it, and some of our others do. Dr. Meyer will raise her hand over there, but they that allow. I'm not saying they prefer this, but they will allow student teachers to go into a classroom and be paid as full-time teachers while they're doing their student teaching. They have to get a substitute certificate from us, and they have to still have a mentor teacher that works with them because it is their student teaching experience. But we've had such a shortage. We've never had a rule against that, though it's not the preferred method for a person to have their own classroom right out of the chute. But some of the institutions don't allow it. I know JSU does allow that. And we actually have hundreds, y'all count them in the hundreds, student teachers being paid full salaries this semester with their own classrooms because they just need teachers.
I feel like it is our duty to help fill that shortage. I mean, that's what we're there for. So for our department, I'm speaking for my department. I guess that's the only one I can speak for.
I'm glad you have that attitude. Anybody else have any questions?
Well, we thank you for trying to help.
Thank you.
Dr. Meyer,
Thank you for approving them.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Meyer.
I just want to point out that Dr. Katie Kitty is here from UNA. Her schedule kept her from coming down when they were on the agenda.
Ah.
They had this little national review coming up, that's behind her now, and she just chose to spend the day with you all.
Oh, well,
Thank
you.
So we may ask Dr. King to come up for the next question session, if you don't mind.
All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We really appreciate you. Thanks for coming down today.
enjoyed it.
Dr. Kenny, I saw you, and I saw your Roar Lines computer, and I thought, I even looked, and I thought, she is not on my, she must be supposed to be on my agenda, so I'm glad to know that I haven't missed something.
She has good news too. You have good news about your enrollment in School of Education?
Yes, our enrollment is up.
Good.
So we're excited about that. We are actually, because of the memo that came out about the different options, excuse me, to get folks in the classrooms, that 2-5 is potentially a game changer for some folks. So my folks are running data today to see who's eligible so that we can contact them and go ahead and get them in this program. We have 80 interns this semester. We had 100 apply, and 20 didn't make it, mainly because of praxis. So that's our biggest hindrance right now.
Do you require them to pass the praxis before they do internship or student teaching? I think most of our, we don't require that, but most of our institutions do require it that way. We're working on that. The task force, the work group that Mr. Markham's leading is meeting again February 16th, and I've asked them to dig deep into testing. We don't want to do away with all the sidelines, the bumpers again, but we want to see where we are, what things could change. Dr. Myers given me some great suggestions of things we might consider, so we're going to be talking about those things. Anything else? Dr. Kenny?
Well, we want to thank you also.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
It's important.
It is vitally important.
That collaboration is critical in the future. Thank y'all for
Great school. Thank you for joining us today. So before we go to 6, just quickly, while we're talking about teacher certification, if y'all do not know, Dr. Meyer, she's the department's longest serving employee, has been here since November of 1973, announced her retirement this week. She'll be leaving us on March 1st, and it is a huge loss, a big hole to fill, but Dr. Meyer will take this chance. It's the first of more chances, but I'm afraid she'll hide if she knows and will say it, but to say publicly a huge thank you to you for all your She's something. Go get her. And even though y'all see her like I see her here in these sessions, but one time, and I don't remember why we were there, but we went to a conference together in Washington before I was state superintendent, and went out to dinner together, and she has some amazing stories. Okay, number 6. National School Breakfast Week. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And then 8 and 9, I'm going to ask Brandon Payne if he would come up to the table. 7 and 8, I'm sorry. I've got my numbers off. 7 and 8. Ask Brandon Payne to come up and talk about where we are with the construction management, a change in the law last year, possible additional changes. I'm just going to let him tell you kind of where we are, where we've been. If y'all don't know, you should know Dr. Payne. I know he came in last year as an assistant superintendent. He is now still doing that job and filling in as the deputy for Mr. Craig, for he's gone. So, Dr. Payne.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, as you know, last year in the legislature, they took up House Bill 220, and that bill was to give back some local control to the LEAs in order to do construction. And where that ended as far as K-12 was concerned was capital improvements under a $500,000 limit, as certified by a licensed architect or engineer, were permissible did not have to any longer go to the Division of Construction Management. In addition to that, you also had in there any repair or maintenance to HVAC systems or roofing did not have to go to the Division of Construction Management. And so then Governor Ivey had also put on a commission study to follow on to that bill to review it, look at it, those things. Dr. Mackey appointed me to serve as his liaison to that, along with 12 or 13 other people in that. And that study commission came with 2 recommendations that were presented back. We do not know at this point if the legislature will pick those recommendations up or if they will leave the bill as it is. And so for K-12, the law was set to go into effect February 1 of 2022. And in order to facilitate that so that our LEAs are not held up by any additional burdens that would have been placed on them, we proposed the rule change for our administrative code to you all in terms of 2 things. One, an emergency because of the timeline, and we had to wait to see what we thought might happen with the beginning of the session as far as the study commission's reports, and then a permanent rule change. As you can see there, I'm sure it's in your packets, where we're looking, not including the maintenance or repair of roofing or HVAC with an estimated cost of $500,000 or more, shall continue to be approved by the state superintendent. And what that is our approval of that is the contract agreements between the owners and architects for those large projects, those are over $500,000, and then ensuring that those, the construction contracts come back that way as well, because that lines up with our bid process and those things for public works. And so that's what the proposal is, so we can do that. We'll, on the back end of that, as part of House Bill 220, we'll be producing some forms for our LEAs where basically they will have a disclosure statement that they will complete for us, and then an affidavit signing. And what that really will do for them is make sure that they are aware of all the pertinent laws, both federal and state laws that apply, the adopted uniform building codes, they'll still know about those. And then it puts that responsibility really on their design professional, so that architect or that licensed engineer, and they'll have one of those disclosure statement affidavits as well. So they understand that, and nothing in the bill did anything to remove uniform building codes, safety, fire, life, all those things are still there. But we want to make sure that we can expedite for our local agencies those projects that are under $500,000 that they can get them done.
Is there a way to ensure that locals, we saw this more when we had the 2-year colleges under the board, where they would have a project and they would take it up to the whatever market was where there would not be any oversight, and then they would do it in pieces in order to bypass that oversight, which of course got some people in a lot of trouble eventually, and when we found out that a lot of that was being used for other things. But that said, that's one big concern. The other concern is safety, because you can do a lot with a $500,000 project. And then in this day and age, when we hear about condominiums and so forth just crashing and even being warned about it, is there a system where, and I'm not just worried about liability, but there's a way to preserve the state board in terms of potential liability, whereas before we actually could send in, I know when I first took office, I did that in Piedmont when I had Calhoun County, where there were some obvious violations and that actually helped to take care of that, and that a lot of it had to do with HVAC and so forth. But is there a way for us to ensure that locals still get the help? I know it's a law, and I know because I've talked to, my dad was an engineer, and I've talked to a lot of engineers, and they are very concerned about it because the fee was very low for that inspection. Is there a way to, instead of just relying on these other professionals, is there some way that we come in behind them? And again, I go back to that $500,000. Is there a way that we can keep it from being $500,000 and then another $500,000 or $499,999? How can we as a department, at the state level, make sure that things are done properly.
Right.
And so, there is a safety issue.
So a couple of things to that point, as we saw the law progress and where they were going with that in terms of that threshold. And, there are certain things, in normal times, 500,000, you could certainly do a good bit with that, and you still can, but it's, pricing is different now. But, so I had my section do some analysis on that, looking at the number of projects over the last 3 years pre-COVID that were conducted, that were using local funds or other funds that were not going through the Division of Construction Management. So we find it came around just a little above 50% of the projects fall in that category. And so one of the things that we have in that is the historical records of knowing what the school systems have done and been able to do for that kind of money. And so we can keep a comparative database as it goes forward. So one, tracking and being able to identify when somebody consistently comes in at 495, 495, 495, it's going to flag itself. And so at the very least, having conversations after that, from the directive of, hey, we're going to make a visit, we're going to check on this and see what's going on. You're building a school one classroom at a time. That would be an interesting project. But somebody may try that. So we do have a method by which we can keep track with that and know that's coming, that we can see it, and then certainly address it at that point. And then to the other one, as far as the life safety and those things, obviously we're all concerned with more than just the liability. But on the liability side, that's where we're, and our general counsel's office is vetting this currently with the disclosure statements and the affidavits that will be signed by the owner of the project, which would be a representative by the superintendent, local superintendent, and local board president. Then the licensed professional that designs the project, the engineer or architect, would have that same, not the same one, but one tailored to their profession of what they do in terms of what they have to do, including that they have to perform the inspections and produce those reports and maintain those records that are there for them, that we know that that's been done. Because it is a part of their fee, and it's a small part, but it is a part of their fee that is a responsibility of theirs. And then third, the construction company, the contractor, would have an affidavit that's the same type of thing. And then beyond that, a couple of other options our locals will have. The law does not preclude them from, if they choose to, they can still use Division of Construction Management and do that to increase their ability to have life safety, and we'll be making them aware of that. And then they could, if they so chose, they could look for a third party for an inspection in that. But from a staffing standpoint for us, we won't be doing inspections in that level, but we'll certainly have the pulse of what they're doing for those projects, because we're going to collect location, name, information, project, who the people are that are working on the project, and be able to track all that data as it goes through. So that's where we are as far as that goes. And then we can't require the services of DCM anymore per the law, but we can offer that opportunity to them. I've spoken with representatives there. They've said they would they'll welcome them at any time to do that if they so choose, and that's their local decision. Now, one other caveat in this too, and this is something making our locals aware of this as well, that we've communicated with them, is this does in no way have anything to do with the PSCA money. So if it's PSCA funded, if it has $1 of it, then it does still continue to go through Division of Construction Management. So it won't come back. It wouldn't follow this process. This has to be local money. It could be some of our ESSER funds as the districts have identified things for capital improvement in that. So if it's PSCA, it has to go through Division of Construction Management still.
Because I'm concerned about self-validation with some of the those involved. It's easy when, sure, we've checked it, but in the past, they would have someone else for about $1,000, $1,200 come in, and of course, our department was involved as well. And more often than not, they would find some concerns.
Sure.
And that's what Perry used to do. So.
Right.
But
So
we
we
don't have an
still,
architect, do we?
no, we'll still do that part, all we approve are contracts. We don't look at the plans, see if their
Right.
plans are right. We've never done that. We look at the contracts. But then after we said, yes, we approved your contract with your architect and your construction contract, then the Division of Construction Management did look at the plans, every piece of it. and under the new law, they will only look at the plans that are above $500,000, or if they don't deal with, strictly HVAC or a roofing project. But as Dr. Payne said, they can submit their stuff still to the Division of Construction Management if they want to. Now, this was about at least a 2-year process of working through the legislature, and we don't really we have a lesser role, not an enhanced role in the new law, a much lesser role than what we had previously. And I went over there to testify. They asked me to come, and I just made it clear to them that we don't employ building inspectors, we don't have fire marshals, and so if the Division of Construction Management was not going to do final inspection of projects, if they did not inspect the plans and do final inspection of projects, then nobody from the state would be doing it. It would be on them to hire an inspector, and that's the way the new law is set up. For these smaller projects, the district will have to hire an inspector to say that the building can be occupied. These would be small buildings like a field house or something. But Dr. Payne's developed some affidavits. We're going to make clear when you talk about liability, they have to sign saying they realize that inspection is their responsibility. And when we talk to superintendents, when I talked to superintendents yesterday, I told them they are taking on, as a local district, I don't mean superintendents individually, but the local district is taking on new responsibility and liability that they've not had in the past, which is fine, but they need to just make sure that they hire a good architect, cross their T's and dot their I's. It is possible, Dr. Payne mentioned, if they take the recommendations of the commission and then incorporate those because that would mean filing a new bill and incorporating those into the law, then we could be coming back to you next month and saying, oh, what we presented we have to change because it doesn't match the law anymore. I'm going to tell you, I think that's not likely because the law goes into effect February 1st. No such bill has been filed yet. And if they go into a special session next week and then come back, there literally are not enough days to legally amend the law between now and February 1st. So I think it is more than 99% certain that the current law is going to go into effect February 1st. Now that's not to say the legislature couldn't come back and amend the law in April. They can always come back and amend the law. But this law, I think, in this December when the commission's report came out, I thought it might be more likely that they would make amendments in January before the law went into effect. But now I think that's highly unlikely because there's no bill filed yet, and they're moving on. I mean, there's, today the legislature's moving. Well, they've had burned 2 days now already, and they're going to go into a special, so we're probably not going to see a change.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Payne.
7 and 8, right?
Yes, 7 and 8. So since it goes into effect in February, what we adopted as an emergency rule and then do the announcement to make it a permanent rule. It has 45 days. We've had to vote in April to make it permanent. These next several go together so that the Best in Arts elementary show, the Best in Arts secondary show, the resolution recognizing all the children that are in the annual State Superintendent's Visual Arts exhibit, and then recognizing Arts Education Month. So all of that happens in March. And you've got that nice big poster. Well, part of it's wrong.
Is it?
Already. Well, it was right yesterday. But we have, Andy Meadows is not here, but we've not had the capital tunes now for a couple of years. We had planned to bring it back in February. In discussion, we think it's probably better not to go ahead and not do February. So right now, The March ones are scheduled to go forward, but the February ones are not going to happen. We just are worried about bringing 40 or 50 kids into the rotunda here to sing. We also share the building with DHR and revenue, and we just, we're limiting the number of people who can come into the department for business meetings. So it broke my heart to do it too, but that's where we are right now. So we can reschedule some of those schools. Andy's working on that, but we are planning on doing the March ones. So the plan is in February to bring these resolutions to you and go ahead and you pass them all. But in March, we would have those students come to town on the Wednesday afternoon before the March board meeting and have a reception for them, which I think he has said at the Montgomery Museum of Art, somewhere out there. And we would do a reception with those young people, and you would get to meet them, and we would do pictures and present awards and all of that. And then the next morning, we would have the board meeting, and some of them might stay overnight and come to the board meeting and be recognized the next morning, but we would have something really nice the day before. So he's working really hard to make that happen, and things just change. But right now, all the March activities, we are moving. We're going to keep our fingers crossed and plan to move forward with those. So you'd vote on them next month, but the students probably would not be here in February because you're approving them so that we can hand them to them at the March event. He said some of them might come anyway. They're going to know that, and if they do, we'll certainly recognize them. But more than likely that you won't see them until March.
Okay.
So I don't have anything else, but we do plan to see you back, as I had told some of you, but I have not set it out. So our plan is to meet at 10 o'clock here for the retreat.
January 26th.
January 26th. Wednesday, January 26th. But based on what we chose that day so the legislature would be in town. And we're going to try to do some joint meetings to get some of the chairs to either come over here or we may go over there. On a normal Wednesday, there would be a House Budget Committee meeting at 9, and I think it would be great if we could all go together to that. If they're still in a special session, we made these plans and then it might get disrupted. But we'll know that more next week, and we'll just have to let you know. But our plan is that the formal session would start at 10. But if they have a budget meeting, I would really love it if any and all of you could come and we could go over to that.
Okay.
May I ask something for the retreat? And it could be a one-pager. It doesn't have to be discussion. I'm looking at you because I know it's going to come from you. I'm sorry. Just oh, there she goes again. Okay, it just occurred to me. I have been doing a bunch of industry tours recently. I'm thankful to Alabama Works for inviting me into facilities in District 2. And so it occurred to me that our push is to have 500,000 new folks into the workforce by 2025, right? That's the big goal the governor set, and we're pushing. And we're doing so much with the Literacy Act and those sorts of things in the lower grades. Well, as I'm talking to plant managers and things, they're asking what are we doing for the 9th through 12th grade, 8th through 12th grade that are struggling. So I went to a couple of the high school teachers that I know and I asked, what do you do when you find out a young lady or a young man really doesn't know how to read and they're in your upper grade level classroom? Well, it was sort of deer in the headlights at first. And then a gentleman that teaches high school told me he went to his wife who teaches in higher ed and asked her to please find out, what he could do in his classroom to help these students. So I just wanted to ask, do we have formal programming for our teachers in the upper grades when they discover a student is not reading well? And could you share with the board, possibly at the retreat, what we do to promote and assist teachers or school districts when they find students in those upper grades that aren't reading? That was my question.
Yes, and
you don't have to answer it now, but I'm
yes,
just.
and do you want though with the general one pager reading and math as far, because
Absolutely.
those are the two that
Absolutely. Well, the folks in the workforce that I've talked to, you know, they didn't mention math as much as reading because they're getting instructions in written form and operating a machine or learning a process. And so the internal paperwork when they're hired. And so I was just, you know, it dawned on me, I've never asked that question. What do we do to assist at that level, make sure they're reading?
But do math too.
Absolutely, absolutely. I brought the question
That'd be
up.
great.
That's great, that'd be great.
yes, I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
anything else? If not,
You
meeting
don't have
adjourned.
to go.